All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Thank you for waiting patiently. I do have to fix this. Thought I did that already. I hope everybody's doing well today on this Sunday. Sunday. I see Gaming Survivors here, locked and loaded, ready to go. Absolutely. Gaming Survivor. Oh, we're going to go back. Volume's low. Let me see if I can fix that. Hold on. Oh. Okay, it should be better now. Yeah, I had it lowered, I think, for when we were doing Morning with the Misses. Let me know how it is. Now we should be good. Sorry about that. We're going to be talking today. Let me tell you. I went back. Not going to lie. I went back. I was curious. What was it like almost, I mean, God, it's like a year and 9 months at this point. I went back to check that stream we did, the 7-hour stream for the Xbox podcast event. Man, I got torn to shreds for that. I got ripped apart. I went back and I was listening. I was like, man, I was completely right. I mean, I hit the nail on the head. And, you know, it kind of makes sense looking back on it. The reason why people were so upset, because they probably knew I was right. And I was aggressive, dude. I'm not going to lie. Even I was listening back to myself. I'm like, damn. I mean, I was like going in hard, like too hard. I'm like, what's going on, bro? Like, even I was like looking at my past self, like, calm down, man, calm down. But we definitely have some stuff to talk about today. It will be a very Xbox-oriented stream, but it's going to be impossible for it not to be. Sony isn't really talking right now. Meanwhile, Microsoft they won't stop talking. They won't stop making announcements. And a lot of what we're going to talk about today, I mean, I think these are the final days, man. I do. I think we're looking at the true final days of the quote-unquote console war. It's a little bit sad. It's like bittersweet. You know what I mean? You can kind of tell that in the next year or two, this is not really going to be a thing anymore. In the next, I would say 12 to 24 months, Microsoft will be discussed in the same way that like Capcom is, like, you know, like EA is, you know, like they're going to be a third party publisher. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, they are still releasing a device, so maybe that'll change it. But I have New Soul 9 here. He uses his milestone chat and a super chat. And he says it is a little is it a little bit hyperbolic, the whole if this acquisition never happens, Xbox wouldn't be in this position, because Microsoft was about to shut the Xbox division down back in the Xbox One era without having to make any large acquisitions. Acquisitions just speed up the process of the inevitable, which is a corporation asking for higher returns / results. You are right about that, New Soul 9. That is a tough one though, because yeah, you start to realize when you look in that direction that it was always going to end badly. Unfortunately, it was always going to end badly. And that's kind of what you're pointing at, that, yeah, it's true. If they never made these acquisitions, if Phil never pitched Game Pass and acquisitions, Xbox likely would have been shut down already or spun off. It opens up, well, I mean, if they get shut down, it doesn't open up anything. That's it. It's done. It's over. But we're going to be talking about the situation in depth today. We have quite a bit to go over. The big thing that I want to go over here, we are going to talk about Halo, of course, but the bigger thing, I'm telling you, I don't think people are fully aware of what's about to go down. I'm not trying to sound ominous. Well, I guess I am. I am sounding ominous, because it is ominous, because people are so. I mean, I understand people are kind of caught up in, oh my God, Halo's going to PlayStation. And I get it. We should be caught up in that. That's a big deal. It'd be like the equivalent of God of War going to Xbox. It's huge. Like, it's a big deal, you know? Something that people thought would never happen. But the bigger picture here is that Microsoft is in a lot, not Microsoft, Xbox is in a lot of trouble. Like, I'm talking a level of trouble that this is it. Like, we are in the end game. You know, what New Soul 9 just said, if these acquisitions never happened, Microsoft probably would have shut down the Xbox division. You're right, but it seems as though I'm not saying they're going to get shut down, but you know, Xbox surviving and making it this far, we're going to talk about it. We'll get into it. I'm going to give it a couple minutes, let more people file in. Notifications are not going out today. Yeah, Irvin, that's great, dude. I saw that. That's a crazy meme. That's a crazy one. But and the Leninator FFC, a member for 27 months, says Halo on PlayStation is crazy. It is crazy. It is. It's crazy. I knew this was going to happen at some point. Soon we'll all see it as Microsoft games. We're going to keep the console war going, boys. We'll do it ourselves. It's all crashing down over there. Gaming Survivor saying Halo going to PlayStation is the big event, but behind it, there's a death by 1,000 cuts, which have rotted Xbox behind the scenes. Yes. Somebody is... The ultimatum has been given, though. Somebody at Microsoft threw down the gauntlet. You know, they brought the hammer down, so to speak, and they've now given the executive, you know, leadership for the Xbox division. They've given them the ultimatum, and this is what we're going to go over. We covered this briefly in a previous stream, but I didn't really go too deep into it. And Irfan, could you do me a favor, man, if you're able to? I think you sent me over your Reddit post covering the Jason Schreier article about the 30% profit margin for Microsoft. I don't have that up. If you could, I don't know if you still have it. If you could like post that in the chat so I could bring that up again, because I'm definitely going to need that for a frame of reference for what we go over today. You saw the picture of the Halo studio guy wearing a PlayStation t-shirt? Yeah, that was kind of funny. Thank you, Irfan. Damn, he had that locked and loaded. It's like, I got you. Thank you, Irfan. And yeah, Gaming Survivor, I have your song. Maybe we'll play that at the end or later on. So, so the big news, Halo campaign remake, I guess, confirmed. Coming to PlayStation. Let me see what this is, Irfan. Oh, geez. That's crazy. Damn, I should have posted that. Oh, shit. 4 million views? God damn. Yeah, that's brutal. Oh, yeah, we have daylight savings. All right, so where do we begin? I guess we'll just start with I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna talk too much about Halo because I'm not interested in this Halo game. I'm not buying it. All right. I think it's nice that there are fans that are happy for it. That's good. But I hope PlayStation fans don't feel the same way I feel, because if they feel the same way I feel, Microsoft's in trouble, or like, you know, Halo Studios is in trouble. I have zero interest in this, and I will not be buying it. But it doesn't change the fact that this is a big deal, right? It doesn't change the fact that Halo, which was, Halo is, Master Chief, Halo, that is Xbox. That's been Xbox. This is the game that Microsoft fought tooth and nail to lock down for the original Xbox because they believed they needed it to stand a chance against PlayStation. And they were right. That's why people bought Xbox. People bought Xbox for Halo. And so, we talk about Gears of War, we talk about Forza. These are all very important franchises to Xbox and obviously define Xbox, but Halo is on another level. Halo is the mascot, always has been. And Halo was never supposed to be on PlayStation. Irfan, yeah, I was going to cover that, but then I saw it was a linear analytics, and I'm like, okay. Still waiting for those numbers. They did buy the mascot, yeah, but Gaming Survivor is saying, as a bigger Halo player than all the Xbox, I played every game. This new Halo game isn't something for the old fans. It's a complete reset catering the franchise to PlayStation and a bid for time. I did see quite a few people expressing that they are not really happy about the changes that are apparently being made to Halo. Again, I'm completely indifferent to it. It was interesting seeing the trailer and seeing how it looked, but yeah, I don't know, man. Halo's been done for a while, in my opinion, and I don't know that this is going to really bring them back. I think it does depend on how it sells on PlayStation. Obviously, Xbox players are going to buy it. It'll be on Game Pass. It'll probably do well on, relatively well on PC, but I think the real thing here is, if it comes out in 2026, Halo, that is, on PS5, Sony will probably be at around 90 million PS5s, maybe more because of GTA, depending on when it actually launches. Yeah, I mean, I think Microsoft is hoping that they're going to get potentially millions of sales, and they might. They might. Forza did well. Gears seemingly didn't do well. But, I don't know, this is Halo. So, Sony won. Yep. Well, the bigger deal here, I don't think. Here's what I've realized. I've realized in the last couple of weeks, because, people are obviously paying attention to the fact that Microsoft is dominating the headlines, and not necessarily for good reasons. But Sony's being quiet right now. They released Ghost of Yotei, and they're just kind of chilling, doing their thing. Microsoft is going through it. Xbox is going through it. And, Sony knew about this. Obviously, like, Sony knew Halo was going to get announced for PlayStation. They knew this was happening this month. So, if you're Sony, you just kind of sit back and watch. You're not really going to do much. You're not going to stir the pot. You're not going to ring the bell. You're just going to let it happen. But yeah, Microsoft, they are in complete transition mode right now. And what I am beginning to realize that people don't understand, a lot of people, they don't understand that, like, Xbox is in serious danger. Like, they are in the danger zone. They've been in the danger zone for a little bit, but it's getting real now. They've been in the danger zone in the past, to be clear. I'm not saying this is the first time, but never on this scale. Never even remotely on this scale. And you can start to see it with the developers. I don't think people understand that when you see Microsoft developers being like, yeah, we enhanced our game for the PS5 Pro. We love PlayStation players. We're so hyped to be on PlayStation. It's because they're fucking terrified. They have the Microsoft's boot on their neck, dude. And they know they got to sell. They know they got to hit that 30% profit margin. So it's no joke, man. Tonio, you're saying it's time for Phil and company to go. They are going to go. I don't know if they all will, but there's just no way, dude. Like, Amy Hood is the Reaper for the Xbox brand. Amy Hood is the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer of Microsoft. She is the Reaper for the Xbox division, for the gaming division. Phil knows it. Phil knows he can't save this. The amount of studios, the amount of heads that are going to roll, dude. Seriously. Like, this is why when we talk about the idea of Microsoft not acquiring Activision Blizzard King, not acquiring Bethesda, the reason why is because of what we're seeing now and what we're going to see in the coming months. Because it's just, you almost could make an argument that some of these studios and some of these projects would have been better off on their own. Because Microsoft ain't playing around no more. Matt York, a member for 44 months, he says, been missing a lot of the streams because of work, but I'm now on vacation for a month. Well, that's good. Hope you have a good vacation. Oh, God. You're saying, what was your take on Silent Hill F going through right now? I actually haven't gotten around to playing it yet. I'm going to be late to it, Matt, but everything I've been seeing, it looks very good. And everything I've been hearing is very good, very positive. I'm quite shocked, I have to admit. I was nervous about it. I'm like, I don't know if Konami's going to be able to pull it off. But I've been hearing really good things. It reviewed well. Konami's happy with it. It's selling decently well, it seems. So I'm going to get to it eventually. Right now I'm still going through Ghost of Yotei. I did beat Ghost of Yotei. I'm cleaning everything up now. It's going to take a little while. I forgot how long it took me to finish Ghost of Tsushima to platinum it. It's going to take a bit. Playing some Plants vs. Zombies remastered, which is pretty fun. Waiting for this Metal Gear Online to drop. But yeah, I'm going to be getting around to Silent Hill F eventually. You're almost halfway through, enjoying. Finally have time to play these games now. Yeah, I hear you, man. I'm falling behind too. I hear you. But Matt, thank you for being a longtime member. Yeah, if you guys want to support the channel, consider becoming a channel member, gifting memberships, super chats, direct donations. We're fully fan funded. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. So thank you for all that support. Make sure you hit that like button if you want to help the stream out. Amy, the executioner hood. I don't know, I had an accent there. Luna. Okay, I guess this is just where Luna's going to start being weird. Please don't wreck my setup over there. Thanks. She makes me nervous. But yeah, man. Well, Sir Riff Slot, you're saying, how are they Sega when they're still releasing another console? Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I don't agree fully with people who say that Microsoft is Sega now. Because it is true that Microsoft is going to be doing things a bit differently. They're going to have Game Pass. They're going to have a piece of hardware that they release. But this is why I'm saying that people need to see the bigger picture of like what's actually going on at Microsoft with their gaming division. The thing that people don't understand, to put it as simply as I can, the thing that people don't understand is that the C-suite of Microsoft absolutely want the hardware to die. They want to be out of hardware, and they don't even really care about the subscription either at this point. Because at one point they believed in the subscription. They realized you're not going beyond 40 million or 35 million. You're not getting to 100 million. That's never happening. Once they realize that, the C-suite doesn't care. The C-suite of Microsoft, they see you have Call of Duty. You have the Elder Scrolls. You have WoW. You have Minecraft. We don't care about all this other crap, okay? We just want high profit margins. We want returns. I just spit everywhere. We want returns on our $80 billion investment. That's what we want. And that's why, when we covered what Sneakers SO had to say, he was saying that there were plans for a normal traditional console. And they were going to try to get it out in 2026, and it all fell apart because there was too much friction, dude. The C-suite are basically the higher up executives. The board of Microsoft, the people who, at the end of the day, the buck stops with them, where they're the ones that are steering the entirety of Microsoft and appealing to the shareholders to keep Microsoft growing. They're now fully involved. They're now fully involved, and I do still see some people in denial, and I don't. Listen, when we look back to that Xbox podcast, do you guys remember Phil Spencer was saying? He was saying in 2024 when he was doing this podcast, he was saying like everything we're doing is for the health of the Xbox brand. Okay, and it may not make sense or it may not seem like it, but it's all in the name of keeping the Xbox brand healthy. It should be abundantly clear to people by now that like Xbox was supposed to die. I know people are like, wow, that's such a fanboy thing to say. Like, no, literally, it was supposed to die because Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, he didn't want it anymore, man. After the Xbox One and seeing what Sony was doing with the PS4, he's like, what are we doing here? And Phil was the one. Phil was the one who stopped that. I know a lot of people hate Phil, but the reality is he was the one that got in between that. Now, granted, what he tried to do did not work, but the final push was, all right, let's make some big acquisitions. And if that can't do it, then nothing will. And that's the reality, is nothing is and nothing will. And, the irony here is Microsoft is now banking on PlayStation to not save them. It's because Microsoft doesn't give a shit. The developers that are working at Microsoft are banking on PlayStation to save their studios. The PlayStation fan base that buys games. That's the fucking reality. And that's something that all these people who have tried to criticize the PlayStation fan base for, oh, you guys are, who would pay $70 for games? You guys are just shills and will eat everything up and you don't care. It's like, no, dude, like we're just not dumb. We understand that if a deal seems too good to be true, it's because it is, and it's going to blow up in your face. That's what we've been looking at this whole time. And now you have Microsoft's own developers praying because they have to, because they have a gun to their head, dude. Amy Hood is holding the gun to each studio's head saying 30% profit margin. No excuses, period. You don't hit the 30%, bang. That's it. And the studios know it. The developers know it. Phil knows it. That's why Phil looks the way he does, man. Because he knows it. He knows this is a shit show. This is why you got fucking Matt Booty out here being like, well, we got to worry about TikTok, man. Like, what are you talking about TikTok? Why are we talking TikTok, bro? What are you talking about? I'm not going to lie, it's kind of funny. I mean, I get what he's saying. Like, you're fighting for people's time, but it's like, why are you talking about TikTok, man? When we're talking about video games. But in all seriousness, like, that's the situation that Microsoft's in. And that's why I've been trying to tell people this. This is why I've been trying to tell people. I was trying to tell people, like, it's so frustrating because everything that's happening, it's like, this isn't a victory lap, man. This is like, it was telegraphed. It was telegraphed the whole time. I knew back in 2020 when Halo Infinite was a fucking clown show. It's like, I'm rooting for the PS5. I'm stoked for the PS5. I love what Sony's doing. This is great. I was also rooting for Microsoft, man. I was like, remember when Hellblade was announced with the Series X? I'm like, oh shit. Yo, Phil ain't playing no more. He ain't playing no more. And that's the thing, man. It all is smoke and fucking mirrors. That's like the most disappointing part of it all is it. I understand it's like maybe the smoke and mirrors, they can help you, create a better image as you're fixing your shit and getting everything worked out. And that's fine. But when the smoke and mirrors, it lingers for years and years and you realize nothing's actually getting fixed. And it's because the whole system is broken, man. From the top to the bottom, from the bottom to the top. Like it's broken. Something's missing, something critical. This is the essence. The essence of what Nintendo and Sony have figured out, Microsoft is missing it, and they should not be missing it by this point. Why are they still missing it? This is what's going to do them in eventually. And the clock's been ticking, man. The money's been burning. The clock's been ticking. You know, somebody in my comment section today was like, don't apologize for making it seem like it's doom and gloom. It is. It is. And I get it's like, look at MBG. He's over here complaining about Xbox, even though Halo just got announced for PlayStation. It's because it's like these are the people, those people who say that, they're the reason this is happening. Because they're too dumb to see what's really going on. It's more important to make certain people look dumb on the internet than it is to actually see the bigger picture of like, what's the systemic issue here that's still not corrected, that's still not fixed. Because I don't know if people realize this or not, but Microsoft putting Halo on PlayStation is quite literally the single most desperate thing they could have ever done. And they just did it like that. They didn't even fucking hesitate. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? It's because the console market's dead, bro, and there's no future growth and blah. And this is what they'll all tell you. It's like, no, man. It's because Microsoft spent $80 billion and now the gun is against the head of every dev under Microsoft. That's why. Now come the results. No more excuses. No more talk. No more third chance. No more you're not going to get a fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh chance. It's over. Now you produce. And if you fail to produce, your head will roll and we will move on. And that's where we are. That's where we are. So all these people that had such a big problem buying games, I hope you're ready to actually buy games now. Because guess what? The developers that are making these games would 100% agree with me. Please buy our game. Like, we need you to buy our game. Because if you don't, we're fucking cooked. You know why? Because it's not up to Phil anymore. It's not up to Matt Booty anymore. It's not up to Sarah Bond. It's Amy Hood. It's Satya Nadella. It's Tim Stewart. You know, it's all these people. Again, the C-suite. It's up to the shareholders. New Soul 9, you're saying, I would relax on the notion that they're done with subscriptions because that's mostly their whole model that got them at a $4 trillion net worth. That's true. I don't think the problem with subscriptions for Microsoft in gaming is the cost associated with it. That's the problem, New Soul, because you are absolutely correct that Microsoft being worth $4 trillion or near $4 trillion, so much of that is subscriptions, you know, Office 365, the whole enterprise level. But when you look at Game Pass, I think one of the inherent problems with it is the amount of money that has to be dumped into it to even make it work. Because think about it. It's like we could just do smaller games and only stick to that. And then the bigger games we make, don't put them in our sub service. But then who's going to sub to it? Okay, well, then let's put the bigger games in. Okay, well, if we do that, these games are so expensive to develop, we're at risk of losing a lot of money if we don't hit that number of subs that we need. So it's high risk, high reward, specifically with Game Pass. I don't know that the same can be said for their other subscription services. And that's why I don't think they can really be discussed in the same way. Because, look, I don't know how much it costs Microsoft to run their Office 365 subscriptions. I'm sure it costs a lot of money, but it's just they've succeeded at an enterprise level where like it's used by everyone, or not everyone. I'm being hyperbolic about that, but you know what I mean. It's everywhere. Like they're making more than enough money back. They're making great profit on it. The same can simply not be said for Game Pass. And that's why I think, they're moving on from Game Pass where they're like, listen, we will up the price to a ridiculous degree because we just want to make sure we don't care if we get 50 million subs. We don't care if we lose 15 million subs. We just want to make sure that every person that's subbed to Game Pass, we're making a profit on. That's all that matters anymore. That 50% price increase for Game Pass is a direct result of the accountability margin from Microsoft where we expect a 30% profit. across the board from this division now. Did Sony win the subservice war too? I don't know. Yaron, you're saying, doesn't Sony also have a gun to their devs' heads? They also laid off people. Even Nintendo has done it to non-Japanese workers. Well, yes. To be clear, Yaron, I'm not trying to single out Microsoft. I mean, I know I basically am, but the truth is that's applicable across the board. However, there is, I think, a clear distinction. Sony and Nintendo, and I can't speak too much for Nintendo because I don't pay as close attention, but at least when it comes to Sony, they've had to drop the hammer on certain studios and certain projects and certain things that were going on. Whereas, again, if you look at what happened, the big mistake with the Jim Ryan era was Sony, Kenichiro Yoshida, the CEO of Sony. That's where the mistake was made, by the way, from the very top. It was a half mistake. The mistake wasn't Kenichiro Yoshida, recognizing that we need to be in live service. The mistake, I think, was Kenichiro Yoshida then saying, Jim, here's billions of dollars. Okay, so keep doing what you're doing. We're not taking any money away from you. We're not taking resource away from you. Keep doing what you're doing. Here's billions of dollars. We need like as many live service games as you could do. We need live service successes. Jim Ryan's not dumb. Jim Ryan was obviously aware that it's really hard to get a successful live service. So what's my best chance here? My best chance, shotgun blast. 12 live service games, at least one of them's got to hit. Kind of right with Helldivers, but at what cost, right? And so this is where when shit started to hit the fan with the live service approach, that's when Hiroki Totoki, again, it's always the CFOs, right? It's always the bean counters. Hiroki Totoki steps in and is like, whoa, we're pump the brakes, slam on the brakes, actually, because we are bleeding money. And we got Helldivers, we're good for now. Doesn't mean Sony completely stopped. It doesn't mean they've canceled everything and they're not doing live service. But the point is, like, they had to they had to look at Insomniac and say, why the F did Spider-Man 2 cost $300 million to make? Figure that out. And yeah, they should. Because, like, that's crazy. Like, you can't sustain that if the next game's going to be $400 million, $500 million. That's also a sustainability problem. So Sony also, these are businesses at the end of the day. My whole thing here, though, with Microsoft is, you know how when I look at Bungie and I can just look at Sony and say, that was fucking stupid. Like, Sony, you buying Bungie was stupid, reckless, irresponsible, and is likely going to go down as one of the worst decisions you ever made. It won't be the undoing of PlayStation, far from it, but it's just mind-numbingly what? Right? That same logic applies to the entirety of Microsoft's acquisitions, unfortunately, except for maybe Call of Duty. And that is the terrifying part. Because go back to whatever, I remember, Pepperidge Farm remembers, bro. Like, I remember when they got Bethesda, when they got ABK, when they were buying Ninja Theory, when they were buying Undead Labs, they were pitching, they were selling these devs a promise that you can make the games you want. Don't worry about it. We'll support your small projects, your medium projects, your large projects, because we got Game Pass. Don't worry, you got Microsoft's backing. We got you. And people were warning, like, be careful if you choose to get in bed with Microsoft, because that tune may change sooner than you think. And that was obvious to people paying attention, because when you look at Microsoft, not only do you just need to look at their history, but again, even just today, look at where they are. A near $4 trillion corporation. Look at how they got there. Do you think they got there by, playing it fast and loose and saying, yeah, you know what, man, it's about the creative process? No, they got there by being as cutthroat as you could possibly be, and as appealing to the shareholders as you could possibly be, to a malicious, sometimes malicious degree. And that's not uncommon for any of these companies that are all the way at the top. It's as cutthroat and sociopathic as it gets. Sony is not completely innocent, nor is Nintendo, but they're operating on a completely different scale. And that's why I'm saying, like, the acquisitions that Sony made versus the acquisitions, the level of investment that was made is not comparable. Therefore, the results when things go poorly are not going to be comparable. The result for Sony is you lost money in the short term, you buttoned yourself up, figured your shit out, made corrections where they needed to be made. Now your profit margins are up. Now things are looking better. Now you're on the up and up. And you're finished paying off your Bungie acquisition. Still a mistake, but it's done, it's over. This is why I try to tell people, like, when you talk about Microsoft dumping $80 billion, it's never going to be over. It's never going to be over. Like, that is we are in this for the long run, and we are in this to win it. Because now we have no choice. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised if it was his idea to go after ABK, because he knew that if he can secure ABK, that secures Xbox permanently. Xbox 10 years from now may be unrecognizable. And we look back at these days and be like, wow, look at how different things were for Xbox. But it'll still be Xbox. The brand will survive. The brand will live. And maybe at the end of the day, that was Phil's objective. But that's what's crazy, man, about this whole situation, is that it's so much. It's going to get so much worse, man. I hate to say it. It's going to get, and I'm not saying it's going to be perfect for Sony either, or Nintendo. But Microsoft is operating at a scale that Sony simply is not when it comes to the amount of overhead they have. And boy, oh boy, it's fucking scary. We have Michael Lynch. You're saying PlayStation is Drago, Xbox is Apollo, Rocky is Nintendo, Drago is destroying Apollo, and the coach is Phil on the side yelling, throw in the damn towel. If it dies, it dies. Absolutely, Michael. In conclusion, I mean, damn, though. Was I outside on a hot day with shades on? You're saying I have tan lines? Oh, I don't know. Oh, I see that. Yeah. I was wearing my glasses earlier. I don't know if maybe you left a mark. I got like it's like, no, I'm seeing it now too. Yeah, my face is red. There's a virus going around. And I don't know. Sometimes my skin gets a little bit of a reaction when I catch a virus. It, like, I don't know, gets like red, a little bit inflamed. I don't know why. Ninja Theory will be shut down. More layoffs are guaranteed. 2026, it'll get even worse. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, yes, that's right. Ninja Theory now they have to hit that 30%. They have to hit that 30% margin. And I'll tell you what, Hellblade 2 didn't. No shot. Even when it came to PlayStation, highly doubt. Highly doubt. What's that game that Double Fine just released? The Keeper? Grounded 2? Yeah, I mean, look, man, all this stuff sounded so good when it was all about feeding Game Pass. This was the volatility of it the whole time. But it's like, when you realize that Game Pass is not sustainable in this way, what then? When the realization is that Game Pass is not making the profit that Microsoft expects it to, what then? The alternative, listen, my alternative, you guys remember, this is why I get so frustrated when people try to make it sound like I'm some kind of fucking grifter or some shit. It's like, what the hell am I grifting, first of all? But when they make it sound like, oh, yeah, you just switched over to PlayStation for X, Y, and Z reason because it's convenient. It's like, dude, I was the one, even when I was playing on PlayStation, advocating for Microsoft, you need to get better. your studios need to get better. You need to make better games. Period. End of this. Like, that is where there should be no excuses. And I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm not saying it'll be done overnight, but you need to get to a point when your internal review of The Last of Us Part 2, you say, yeah, we just can't make something like that. That's what needs to change. That right fucking there. There's your problem. You look at something like The Last of Us Part 2 and say, we have no hope. Like, what? Then why are you even here? Because you're not Nintendo. I'll tell you that. Nintendo doesn't need to make a Last of Us competitor, and we all know why that is. Xbox, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And that's the problem. That's the problem right there. That problem still hasn't been solved, by the way. Still hasn't been solved. The problem is exactly the same today as it was back in 2018 when I left Xbox, dude. Phil's out here being like, we got a great lineup. Here's Crackdown 3. Meanwhile, Sony's like, here's God of War 2018 and Spider-Man 2 and God knows what else they had coming out that year. It literally made Microsoft look like it's an embarrassment. It's like, this is what your competition is doing, man. I'm not saying you need to match God of War 2018. I'm not saying you need to match Spider-Man 2018. What I was saying is you got to do something that just comes within the zone. It has to be in remote distance. You know? Like, it has to be remotely in the ballpark. And they just can't do it. They cannot do it. They thought that they could just buy studios. We could just buy the teams that do it. And it's like, look at who you're buying. I mean, I understand it's like, oh, we bought Bethesda. They're going to do it, right? And it's like, well, what are people saying about Starfield? I don't know. People are putting this immense pressure on it like it's going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. You know, like this is the game to end all RPGs. It's the RPG to end all RPGs, and it's just a disappointment. Who's still talking about Starfield? No one. That's what Microsoft bet on. Even when they were given the money, and it's like we just have to identify the games that are worth buying. They couldn't even fucking do that. They couldn't even do that, bro. They could have got Silent Hill 2 remake. Sony got that. Even if it's just desperate times call for desperate measures, we got to just buy third-party games. Why didn't you go after Silent Hill? That's an easy win. Silent Hill. It's different. It's harder for Xbox. They're like, no, Sony will get that one. I don't know, man. Microsoft just does it. They don't know what they're doing. They never have. They never have. Yaron, you're saying, I don't know if you talked about this. Elon is making an AI video game company and his own version of Windows. AI video games may cause the gaming crash, and it'll replace current gaming with something maybe better. I did hear a little bit about that. We've talked about AI. And AI is an existential threat to all media. Truly. But the idea of it maybe being better, well, that's the thing. Maybe it's not an existential threat to media. Maybe it's an existential threat to these companies. Or no, not even these companies. It's an existential threat to artists. When it comes to AI, I don't know. I don't know what that future looks like, man. It's going to be a part of gaming, though. That's obvious. And I'm sure Microsoft, Microsoft dumped $80 billion recently into AI investment. Like, they're going to be part of that. And as long as they're involved in games, that's going to be part of it too. Hold on one sec, guys. I didn't hear about that. To make his own version of Windows. That's weird. I have no idea what that's going to be like. Here you go, guys. We're going to take a walk down memory lane. Hold on. You get MBGception going on. You think if AI is used correctly, it can be beneficial in terms of 3D modeling based on concept art that's drawn, and in terms of AI serving as a coding assistant? I agree with that. I think all developers see AI as a useful tool. Developers can see it as a useful tool. Publishers obviously will, but it's the generative stuff. It's the generative AI aspect that is the most dangerous. For many reasons, it's dangerous because what if it does get to a point where it can just lap developers? Like no amount of human talent is going to be able, like it will be ironic if Microsoft is like, hey, you know what? Yeah, that's right. We couldn't find the right development talent to make a Last of Us Part 2 competitor. We couldn't make a game like that. But you know what? Our generative AI, in the last decade has become so advanced, we can just type it in and it'll make it and it'll be just as good. I mean, that's kind of crazy, right? Like if it's like that's the solution actually for them. Now, whether or not the market would accept or reject that is yet to be seen. We don't know. Let me bring this up, though. Boss, no. Don't start. Not yet. Get out. Will generative AI games be eligible for Game of the Year nominations? Oh, yeah, probably not. They'll have their own separate category. Yeah, I remember that, Hotshot. I remember that. It's already there. It's already there. It's already being used. And now they're owned by Microsoft. All right. Let's bring this up. This is going to be an older stream of mine. Okay. Wait. I thought that. Okay, hold on. I have to. Whoa. What is happening? This was from a while ago. All right, so boss. Okay, hold on. No. Don't put your paw up at me. You gotta go chill. Chill. Look, I'll give you a few more. No, leave me alone. All right, so this was the day of the. Yeah, this was. It says it was 1 year ago. It definitely wasn't a year ago. I think this was February 2024. Okay. This is February 2024. This was the day that we reacted to the Xbox podcast. Now, I'm going to warn you, I get pretty aggressive, but keep in mind, I got fucking shit on for this, bro. I got shit on for this. In all seriousness, all right, so let's start with 4 games. Now, I made it clear, and I am maintaining the stance because I'm just gonna give it to you straight. If you just bought that marketing PR spin bullshit, you're a fucking idiot. You hear me? Like, if you now are going to go on the internet and say LOL just for games, hold that L, you're a fucking idiot. And you are once again getting on your hands and knees and letting Phil fucking, you know what? I'm not. Whoa! What the fuck was I saying, bro? MBG. MBG. Whoa. Not going to go any further than that because I wasn't going to take it there and people are going to misinterpret what I'm about to say. You are allowing yourself to be played like the fiddle you are if you just walked away from that shit thinking, hey, none of it was true. Guys, it is disturbing. It is disturbing how I really thought, see, this is where I have the problem of giving Microsoft the benefit of the doubt. I thought they're just going to give it to us straight, right? Like the rumor mill and the leaks like basically destroyed the fan base. So if there was ever a time to just rip the fucking Band-Aid off and just say what you need to say. Instead, we got 22 minutes of the most fucking marketing PR spinning I've ever seen in my life. It is actually difficult to sit through that. These three people that just talked were told to say they were told by their marketing team, you say these words and these words exactly. Phil wants people. See, I knew this was going to happen. I knew it. I fucking called it. That's why I did my stream on Tuesday. Because I knew what's going to happen. They're going to try to turn this thing over. And it's like, let's just get down to it. 4 Xbox titles that were never meant to come to PlayStation 5 or Nintendo Switch are coming to PlayStation 5 and Nintendo Switch. Phil sits there. He says this to you, and he says, but don't think that we're bringing more. What about Starfield? What about Indiana Jones? No, we're not. Not yet. Don't think that this is just, like, what the fuck? How dumb? And I'm serious when I say this. How fucking dumb do you have to be to have a company come out and tell you, we're just taking these ones. No, just these 4 over here. Okay? Don't worry about it. Don't think anything of it. Okay? Shh. Don't think anything of it. Just listen to my words. I'm telling you. It's me, Phil. I'm telling you. Don't think that this is going to happen again. We're just taking these 4. Okay? And we're going to move them over. All right? So I'm going to be fine. You'd have to be a fucking idiot. Oh my God. Okay. Sheesh. Dude, I swear, I don't remember being this savage about it. I don't know. I guess I must have been really worked up. But listen, man, I never do this. I never pull myself up from the past, but I got fucking demolished. I got demolished for this take. Oh, yeah, true. I think this was like right before, right after I had to get like my wisdom teeth removed or some shit. So I was even more irritable. I'm like, dude, why am I that angry? Like, holy shit, what's wrong with me? But that's the thing, man. I remember this. I remember how, like, I was trying to tell people, like, do not fall for what Phil Sarabond and Matt Booty are saying. They're just mouthpieces, bro. Like, they're just figureheads. What they say is not the truth. The only thing that Phil said in that podcast that I think was true is that what he's doing is for the health of the Xbox brand. And, like, yes, that's true, the brand. But I was trying to warn people that after that And Kane, you're saying unhinged MBG is the best MBG, dog. I was trying to warn people that, like, and I know I was being really savage about it, but it's because I thought that would, like, I was like, this is it. This is the end. Like, that was the ending of the console war. Like, all these people that are going to go around and be like, it's just 4 games, keep port begging, you thought it was going to be Halo, you thought it was going to be Gears, you thought it was going to be Forza. It's like, it's going to be. Like, there's no way you're going to run with this shit and actually make it seem like this is believable and they're telling the truth. Like, literally, you would have to be dumb. And I say that not because it's like you're dumb if you like Xbox or listen to anything they say. No, it's because look at their history. This is the same pattern. The same pattern has repeated over and over and over again. You know? It was just, and it was frustrating. It was. Now it's coming back to me. I remember I was so frustrated because there were so many people that were trying to clown on me. You're like, oh, it's just 4 games, bro. I thought it was the whole slate. I thought it was the whole. It's like, dude, you don't like. I was pissed, and I was calling people idiots because it's like you're not picking up what they're putting down, son. Like, you're not. You think you are, but you're gonna fucking find out. You're gonna find out that you're dead wrong. Not because I want you to be, but because you are. Just simply because you are. You will be. You would have to, and I'm, you would have to be a fool, a complete and utter fool to believe anything Microsoft says, to actually hold on to anything they say is like, well, this is what Phil, this is what Microsoft told me. It's like, what? What are you talking about, man? Their words mean nothing. Absolutely nothing. And that's true for most corporations. Their words change every quarterly, on a quarterly basis. But it's triply, quadruply true for Microsoft. What did I say? I don't know. I didn't watch any further than this. I'm a little bit nervous. What did I say after this? Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, you have to be the dumbest of dumb to actually think that. Microsoft just laid down the fucking law, bro. Like, they just sat there and they talked to their fan base about growth. We want to grow, guys. Don't you understand? The industry is unhealthy right now. We're going to make it healthy. Are you kidding me? Like, who's going to buy this shit? You just bought Activision Blizzard and laid off nearly 2,000 people, and you're going to sit here and talk to us about you're going to grow the industry? Go fuck yourselves. Oh my God. Oh, okay. You know what? MBG, I think you're going to have to... Old MBG, I think you're going to have to go away, man. Whoa. Bro, what? I can't even believe what I said. I can't even believe what I said. I went to war. Oh my God. I went to war, bro. That was the turning point. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. Sheesh. Well, dude, look at my face. I literally look like I'm about to punch my monitor. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. That shit is funny. That is, I mean, it was like dead serious at the time, but it is funny to rewatch it. But was I wrong though? Play more? I don't know. I'll play like 30 more seconds, maybe not even. I don't. What's Twitter saying? Who gives a fuck what Twitter's probably? All right, bro. Oh Jesus. I was ready to rip somebody's head off. Why was I that angry? Oh man. You know what I think? You know what I think it was, looking back on it? I think it's because I knew as I was saying this shit, Phil got in my head, bro. No, you know what it was? I'm beginning to remember. It's because I knew that people were going to eat it up. I knew that no matter how much I tried to tell people do not, like, it was my word against Microsoft's, my word against Phil's, and I knew that, it's over for me, bro. Like, they are going to eat it up. They are going to believe it. They are going to listen, and they're just going to say, you're wrong, MBG. You were wrong. You thought it was going to be this. You thought it's like you'll be right, but it's going to take a little bit of time. And in that meantime, damn, that was crazy, bro. I think, you know what the craziest thing is? I don't even think that stream was demonetized. I was out of my goddamn mind. But, I think this is the epitome of it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Fuck Twitter. LOL, is younger MBG wrong? I wasn't even that. It's not even that long ago, too. That's the crazy part. But the hell is that? My window's open. I just heard like a bunch of screaming outside. Uh-oh. Let's go back to the blue box videos next. One day. But yeah, guys, I mean, look, I know I clearly was totally unhinged that stream, but the reason why I brought it up is because I was not, if you actually like listen to the points I was trying to make, the overall point I was trying to make, I was not wrong. And I just feel the need to point this out, not because it's a matter of like, oh, I'm trying to defend myself. I mean, of course there is that, but it's mainly just because I'm trying to show people that like I've been slandered to a degree where people try to make it seem like I'm only coming at this from one singular angle. And that is the angle of a hater. I hate Xbox. I hate Microsoft. And I just want them to die. And that's never been true. That's never even remotely been true. I can understand why I come off like a hater. I mean, I seem fucking deranged, but ultimately, it just boils down to I was trying to warn people, if not even just warn them, just flat out tell them, like, guys, you cannot, like, if you're, because I remember, like, I'll tell you what it is. I think why I was so pissed in that stream was because I knew that the worst types of people, the people who truly need to be gone from this space and silenced in this space. And by that, I just mean they're no longer making videos. They're no longer doing streams. They're no longer doing tweets or whatever, podcasts. I remember feeling after that Xbox podcast that like they gave them everything. The terminology, just for games, blah, blah, blah. And I knew, like inside, I knew, I was like, they are going to run with this and weaponize it. They just gave them all the ammunition that they would have needed. But the reality, the people who actually, are not in denial or delusional, the reality was obvious. And it's that this is the beginning of them transitioning, going full third party, and basically saying that, like, listen, man, we are looking to grow. And that's why I pointed that out in that video, because it's like they're telling you we're looking to grow. And here we are. Halo. Not only is Halo announced for PlayStation, but you have Halo's community lead wearing a PlayStation shirt telling you, quote, Halo is on PlayStation going forward, starting with Halo Campaign Evolved. And then the Halo Studios executive producer says Halo coming to PlayStation is an incredible opportunity. I bet it is, because now Halo Studios needs to hit a 30% profit margin. You're saying without Xbox, these PlayStation fanboy channels would have zero content because it's all they talk about. Not true. Not true. I've been talking about it because everybody's been talking about it. I've been talking about it because you know why I'm talking about it? I'm talking about it because I called it years ago. Because I told people. And I got destroyed for it. I don't expect people to be like, you know what, MBG, you were right. You're a great, swell guy. No. No. I expect people to now turn to all those who took all that time and all that energy to shit on me, to shit on my audience, to shit on everything we do here. Look at them and be like, wow, you guys were the actual idiots. You guys were the ones that were fucking dead wrong. And instead of, having any sense of humility and being like, maybe they could be right. We'll have to see what happens. Rather than doing that, they just sit there and shit on people all over the place, all the time. Exactly, Devil Shooter. Exactly. Michael, you're saying play it, Xbox deserves the penetration? Michael, I'm afraid to play it at this point because it's making you unhinged, bro. Yeah, long pause, bro. Long pause. And that's the thing. I didn't expect Xbox players back then, especially those who need it. They made it their persona. I don't expect them to be like, I'm literally throwing my Xbox out the window, bro. It's over. I didn't expect that. But you know what I also didn't expect? And this was the thing that I said. I don't expect people to walk away from these things that are happening in 2023, 2024 to turn around and somehow try to like weaponize it against PlayStation fans when it's like there's nothing to weaponize here, buddy. If anything, you trying to weaponize it is you trying to prolong the supposed console war that you want to end and that, you're so supposedly above. And the reality is, guys, I don't know how. Look, I'm going in right now. I'm going in and I'm going with it because I understand. I absolutely understand. Like, what about other gaming topics? Why are we still talking about Xbox? It's because this is it, dude. This is it. For real. Like, again, we are look at the title. Look at the first part of my title. Halo goes to PlayStation. It is over. It is done. And that's not to say that people will not continue to enjoy Game Pass or buy the next very premium Xbox device. These things will happen. And of course, when they happen, like when the next box is revealed and announced and leaked or whatever, we'll cover that and we'll acknowledge it. But this is it. Microsoft now has a 30% mandate, a 30% profitability mandate. It is over, bro. Not like it's over for everybody. This is not going to end well. And Zombie Dragon comes in. Zombie Dragon, thank you so much. He drops 5 membership gifts for you guys. He gets us started today. I appreciate that, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll add that to the goal, and I'll read your milestone chat as well. Because you know what the truth is? Like, I get it. I understand that people are going to be like, without Xbox, you guys wouldn't have anything to talk about. It's like, dude, listen, would things be a lot quieter right now? Yes, they would. They would. Doesn't mean I wouldn't still be streaming. Doesn't mean I would be. Trust me, I'd be here talking to you guys about Plants vs. Zombies, talking to you more about Ghost of Yotei. I'd be coming up with other different things to talk about, talking more about Battlefield. I'd be talking, and I will be talking about these things. That's the thing. But Microsoft is out here. Like, it's I'm not the one that necessarily controls the fact that Microsoft is like, we don't. Here's an interview with Matt Booty where he says PlayStation 5 isn't their competition. TikTok is. And here's Halo. It's like, well, okay, like, yeah, dude, I've had my reputation dismantled. And publicly people tried to destroy my reputation and what we built here over this shit. Yeah, I'm going to make sure that when it finally fucking happens and all these people that did this, I'm going to make sure people know that, like, hey, we were here this whole time, literally way back in 2019. We were here this whole time letting you know this is who Microsoft is. This is what they're going to do. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. And the more we tried to let them know, the angrier they got, the more hostile they got. And the more they tried to discredit everything we would say. And it's like, whatever, man. Like, I'm not looking for some kind of celebration or parade. I wasn't looking for that, though. I wasn't expecting that shit. Tell you that. So I just can't help but wonder what's the new thing, right? What's the new thing going to be? Sony and Nintendo are the bad guys? And you know what? I'll tell you this too. And Wes, thank you for that $10 donation, by the way. I'll tell you this too before I read your milestone chat, Zombie Dragon. You know what? I'll tell you in a second because it's an interesting tweet that I think you guys might find interesting. Zombie Dragon says an exclusive for Microsoft and Sony are very different because look at the few exclusives Microsoft did even do. You're saying that look at Power World. Or didn't even do that much like a Power World. Well, that's the thing. The interesting thing about Power World is I think Microsoft locked that down as a timed exclusive years ago. And it was like a surprise hit. But, you know, it was always going to break free from that and go everywhere, which is fine. I think more along the lines of games like Avowed, South of Midnight, even the Outer Worlds 2. Like, dude, is there hype for the Outer Worlds 2? I have no problem with this game, but it's just like I see it pop up sometimes. I'm like, oh wait, yeah, that's a game that's coming out. And I immediately think, like, every time I see this, I'm like, are they going to hit 30%? Is this game going to hit that 30% profitability margin? How many sales does it need to do that? Why did they increase the price to 80 in panic and then bring it back because they realized nobody's pre-ordering it? This is what I'm talking about. Like, people just pretend that shit didn't happen. People just pretend that, like, they're over here, well, what about Sony? What about Sony? What about when Sony wants to increase the price? Like, dude, Microsoft literally looked at you in the face and said $80 fucking dollars, bitch, for Outer Worlds 2. And everybody looked back and said, no. And then Microsoft looked back and said, oh, we were just kidding. Just kidding? We're not going to charge $80 for that. Meanwhile, Sony's just sitting there the whole time. Here's Death Stranding 2 for $70. Here's Ghost of Yotei for $70. Please enjoy. Here's a deluxe edition, a digital deluxe if you want it. You know, this is what I'm talking about. This is how it's been this whole time. It's always been the whataboutism for Sony because that's all they want to do. They just want to they always want to roll it over and flip it over because it's, well, what about Sony? It's like, what about Sony, man? We've been talking about Sony. The good, the bad, the ugly, the great, everything in between. We've been talking about it. But now my question to them is, well, what about Microsoft now? What redeemable aspect can you point to with the Xbox brand? Because you know what? You want to see how bad it really is here? Check this out. Which post did I put? So there was a post that went viral by a person named Noir on Twitter, and it garnered over 1 million views. And I'm going to read this post to you because it's relevant to PlayStation. Neutral Zone, I've never said that. You literally fucking made that up, bro. Listen, if you can point to me a time, Neutral Zone, when I was criticizing Sony, but then said, but anyway, Microsoft did it too and they did it worse. Please point me in that direction because I've never, ever done that. Not once. I could say that with certainty. I've never done that. I've never pulled that card of like, even though Sony fucked up and Sony deserves the heat, I'm going to try to turn this around on Xbox. I mean, are there people in my chat during those times? Maybe. Are there comments on my channel? Sure, maybe. But have I done that? I have not done that. The only time I've ever done that is if I felt as though people were unfairly criticizing something. Or somebody wanted to make a criticism based off a comparison to Microsoft. That would be the only thing that could even remotely count. But I've never done that. I've never done the whataboutism because there is no need because these things are separate. You know? If I had to think of something, the closest thing when I've done that could potentially be when people were criticizing Sony for locking down third-party exclusives, and I would just simply say, Microsoft can do that too. Nothing is stopping them. They have the money. They're able to do that. But that's not even a whataboutism. That's just pointing out a fact. Well, I mean, listen, Neutral Zone, if you bring up a clip of me from like 2019 or 2020, then it'll be a you got me moment. I won't, if it's there, it's there. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I remember every single thing I've said for my entire history being on YouTube. I'm sure there are things that I've said that could be interpreted one way or another. But maybe that's just the nature of the beast. Is this old MBG or new MBG? I don't know. But listen. Sorry, I just had to do a disgusting snort into the microphone. So there was this post that went viral, and this person says, I think it's fair to say PlayStation 1 in the end. The PS1 beat the Nintendo 64. The PlayStation 2 is the highest selling console ever. The PlayStation 3 turned it around and outsold the Xbox 360 when it started behind. The PS4 killed the Xbox One and the Wii U with ease. The PS5 is now the only surviving high-end console in the market. Nintendo went with a low-end, hybrid handheld strategy. So PlayStation remains the last standing viable traditional console in the market. Sega, Nintendo, and Xbox all had to change strategies to remain active in the gaming industry, except for PlayStation. So I quote tweeted this, and I said, there are a lot of people on the internet who just refuse to give credit where it's due and admit that Sony actually made a lot of good moves over the decades. They are not perfect. They've made many mistakes, but there is a reason that PlayStation is in the position they are today. And even then, even then. But here's what's crazy to me. I still get replies from people that get upvotes, and this is what's disturbing to me, and why I realize, like, holy shit, man, we really are cooked. Like, we really are cooked. This person responds and says, I look at how PlayStation's moves benefited themselves, but Xbox's moves, at least to me, provided more benefit to me as a consumer, but to each their own. And what's wild about this is that's not a post that was made 3 years ago. That was a post that was made yesterday. This person earnestly told me, and people agreed with him by hearting his comment. He earnestly says that the moves that Xbox has been making are more beneficial to them as a customer. And I just have to ask myself, where does that mentality come from, dude? That's not somebody saying, I still enjoy Xbox. That's not somebody saying, I still prefer to play on Xbox. That's not somebody saying that they disagree, they don't think PlayStation is that good. That's somebody saying that the things that PlayStation did were bad and Microsoft is better to me as a consumer. They're more pro-consumer. After everything that we just witnessed in the last 2 months. Yeah, I mean, Irfan, it is like, that's what freaks me out about it, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Like, that is the best example of what I'm talking about when I say this is why I yell and get worked up, because it's like, dude, that's insanity. Like, and somebody responded saying same here. Somebody responded saying same here. It's like this. Listen, there was a point in time you could say this about Microsoft, and it could be true. And I've dealt with it for the last 3 years, where it's like Game Pass is a great deal and beneficial to me as a consumer. I never argued that. I always said, you know what? I totally get it. It's undeniably a good deal. If that's how you like to play games, you like to have a lot of options and all the first party games drop in day one, it's undeniably a good deal. And if that's what you want, can't argue with it. But the thing I always tried to warn people against is don't get too comfortable, because I tried to tell, like, this is not sustainable. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Is I tried to tell people, like, one day the mask is gonna come off for Microsoft. And when it comes off, it's gonna be intentional, because they're gonna be panicking, because they're gonna realize that they're not making the money that they need or want to make. And what that looks like for the consumer is bye-bye pro-consumerism. That's what it looks like. And that's exactly what we're seeing. And it blows my fucking mind that there are people, even after everything that we just witnessed, the price increase of the consoles, the price increase of Game Pass, here, the $1,000 Xbox ROG Ally, hearing that the next console is going to be maybe $1,000 or more. The fact that the devs are being more friendly to PlayStation and talking more about a competitor's console than their own. These are all things that have happened in the last 3 months or 6 months or so. And there's people on Twitter out here literally saying, like, I think what these moves that Xbox is making benefit me more as a consumer. That's derangement, man. That's derangement to a concerning degree, where it's like, you can call me a PlayStation fanboy. You can tell me that I like too much of what Sony does, but you would never see me get to that level. Ever. You would never see me come out here and let Sony literally say, we kind of don't care about you guys anymore, because we can't. So we're literally gonna do everything we can to either extract, at the very minimum, a 30% profit margin out of you, or we want you to go somewhere else to buy our games. You would never see me come out here and be like, that's great, Sony. Wow, as a PlayStation player and fan, that's exactly what I wanted. That's exactly what I hoped for. Something tells me this. I don't even know if this person's real. I hope they're not real. I hope this is a fucking bot. Not an X-bot, but a bot. You know? Because it's like, that's insane, man. That's insane. I had to point that out, though. Oh, here we go. Here's another one. So this person says, Sony deserves credit, sure, but let's not rewrite history. Most of PlayStation's quote-unquote genius moves, I don't know why he's putting that in quotes. See, this is, dude, oh my God. I love when people quote things when there's no actual quote. I love when people put quotation marks in a reply, and the literal words typed within those quotation marks are not in the actual original post. I love that. But I'll continue anyway. Hold on. Sony deserves credit, sure, but let's not rewrite history. Most of PlayStation's quote-unquote genius moves were reactions, not innovations. The PS1 came from a failed Nintendo deal. The PS2 thrived on DVDs. The PS3 stumbled on arrogance. The PS4 succeeded because Xbox slipped. PS5 rides nostalgia and scarcity. Don't you just love it, dude? Don't you just, like, this is what I mean. They're right there, locked and loaded. They have a whole list. They're like, let me tell you, man. Let me tell you. That's crazy. That's crazy. So, you know what the funniest thing here, though? These comments can be entertaining, though, to kind of pick apart. So, like, PlayStation's genius moves were reactions, not innovations. The PS1 came from a failed Nintendo deal. So let me get this straight. Nintendo bails out at the last second. Nintendo says, you know what, Sony, we're not doing this. We're out. We're going to leave you at the altar. And Sony has every right. And if anything, it maybe makes even more sense to say, we're not, all right, we can't do this. It's over. They just, our biggest partner just left. We needed them to make this a reality. Instead, they do the opposite. They say, actually, you know what? Now we're angry. Now we got a bone to pick. Now we're going to come for it. Now we're going to win this thing on our own. Like, dude, I guess that's just luck. You know? That is a reaction, yes, but like, again, how are you going to frame that as a negative, bro? How are you going to frame Nintendo leaving Sony to do this on their own and Sony actually achieving it on their own as a negative? That's crazy. Like, this is what it's the derangement, bro. It's the derangement. But then he says PS2 thrived on DVDs. If you look at attach rates, that's not true. Now, if you say the reason why the PS2 is the best-selling console of all time is because of the DVD player, yes, I will not argue that. Nobody will argue that. But the people, because this is the biggest thing that people try to say, and I don't understand why people try to shit on the PS2, man. Like, come on, of all the consoles, really going to try to shit on the PS2? What's wrong with you? Ew. Like, come on, bro. Really? If you look at the actual attach rates for PS2 games, though, aligned with PlayStation 2 sales, it proves that that's not true. People bought games. People bought the PS2. And it's the PS2's birthday today, 25 years old.
Holy shit.
Happy birthday, PS2. How dare you shit on the PS2 on the PS2's birthday? And that's the crazy thing. It had amazing games, but people, if you look at the attach rates, people bought this machine for video games. They also bought it for DVD, but they bought it for video games just as much, and usually more often than not. They were buying them for video games. So I feel like that's a weak argument. And again, that's not even a reaction. Again, that's just him saying something like that. How does that prove that that's not, that Sony did a great job with the PS2? They say PS3 stumbled on arrogance. But again, like, you're leaving out the most important part, bro. Yes, the PS3 absolutely shit the bed and stumbled on arrogance. What happened in the end? See, it's the derangement. What happened in the end? Somehow the PS3 made a comeback and ended up outselling the 360 by rallying and getting their shit together. It's oh, God, you know what? There's no way. If this is sarcasm, bro, it can't be. It can't be sarcasm, because I keep telling you, there's no way this is sarcasm. But you know what? The more I read it, the more I pick it apart, I'm like, it's got to be. It's got to be sarcasm. Well, he got me. But then he says the PS4 succeeded because Xbox slipped. I can somewhat agree. That's like the only one I can kind of agree with, where like, I think the PS4 was going to succeed no matter what, but there's no denying that Sony really, the competition ended when Xbox One just blew itself up, you know? I can agree with that. But Sony still did a great job. Like, that's the thing, is they still did an amazing job. They didn't get complacent or say, screw it. And then they say PS5 rise in nostalgia and scarcity. Neither of those things are true. I would say PS5 is doing the opposite of riding nostalgia, considering all you see PlayStation fans asking for are, please God, bring back Killzone. How are we getting a Halo before a Killzone on PlayStation? And there's no scarcity. So that's crazy, dude. That's some crazy shit. Somebody says, what did PlayStation did exactly? Oh, God. What did PlayStation did exactly that benefit me as a consumer? I don't know, man. I don't know what they did. Oliver Opfer, bro. Oliver Opfer coming out of nowhere. He just dropped 50 membership gifts. Oh my lord indeed. Where is this man coming from? Oliver Opfer, bro. He drops a second one. He drops a second one. This man just came in and, oh, Oliver, he shows up again. He's in the shadows. Oliver is in the shadows, lurking. You never know when he's going to show up. He just dropped 100 fucking member gifts for you guys. What? I need more W's in the chat. W's in the chat, guys. Member train emoji in the chat. Holy shit, man. Of all the times, too, the timing couldn't have been better. That's so funny. That's so funny, dude. Wow. It's still going. Yeah, we're at 105. Dude, Oliver just dropped 100 member gifts on you guys. That's wild. And we are now at 105, bro. Yo, Titus dropping the W's with the PlayStation emoji. Love to see it. Well, hey, this will be a perfect time. Oliver, thank you so much, man. For those who don't know, Oliver, he's a longtime viewer. I think he listens to all the streams, man. I think he listens to all the content, and he comes around like 2-3 times a year. You never know when he's going to show up, and he'll drop these big donations for you guys. So, Oliver, thank you so much for not only being a longtime viewer, but a longtime supporter as well, dropping in, I mean, just unfathomable support. It really means a lot, man, and it helps. And this is what I mean when I tell you guys we're fan funded. I can only do what I do, you know? I can only do what I do because you guys make it possible. And Oliver, he drops a super chat. He says, good content must be watched by many. Thank you, Oliver. Thank you, man. That means a lot. That's awesome. Well, yeah, I do hope you guys are enjoying the content. A little bit of crashing out going on today. But it's all in the name of, I guess, trying to understand where we're headed next, man. Because I think that, you know, I think Halo coming to PlayStation and everything we're discussing today, I think it's a signal of, like, I think this is the biggest gear change that we've seen. But I do want to let everybody know, because the member gifts are still being distributed, man. Let me update the goal real quick while they're still going out. So we're at 105. The highest I would have went is to 100. So, geez, man. Oh, and by the way, I had a direct donation from Moss, or MAS. I'm just going to call him Moss. $30 direct donation. No message was left. It seems like it was just a donation and a tip. So, Moss, thank you for that, buddy. I want to make sure I call that out, too. Express my gratitude. I do have to let everybody know, though, if you received a membership gift on Friday, me and my wife, we did a, it's masochist mode. I'm over here calling him Moss. Masochist mode, thank you for that, bro. I don't know why it didn't show up, or maybe that's how you typed your name. Masochist mode, thank you for the $30 donation, bro. Moss. Masochist. It's all good, man. Oh, yeah, I forgot to put the boss image up. I'm going to have to bring that back. I changed it because we did, on Friday, me and my wife, we did a Halloween special Morning with the Misses, okay? Now, listen, I don't know if that's content that's going to be for everybody, but if you do get a membership gift, understand that you gain access to exclusive members-only content, and that's the last thing we did. It was a 3.5-hour stream. For the first 45 minutes or first hour, it's just insanity. I don't even know what's going on, bro. I was cosplaying as Wolverine. Is total chaos. But then we played some games. We tried to play a couple horror games. So it's different. It's a different type of content. It's for members. You gain access to the members lounge. I just want to make sure that everybody who's receiving a member gift understands that there is member exclusive content you can enjoy. And I just, I'll always say that if you end up enjoying that content, if you appreciate it and you want more of it, when your membership gift is up, consider renewing it and supporting the channel month over month. It really helps. But there we go, man. 100 member drop from Oliver Opfer. Amazing. Thank you guys so much. We have such awesome community members here. Yeah, the PS2 had backwards compatibility as well. I had to be PlayStation Defense Force today with some of these messages I got. How could I not be? This person, I'm curious what you guys think about this, though. This is the last one I'll read. This person says, I just think it's funny that no one gives Nintendo credit. Their games sell more than any other exclusive that PlayStation and Xbox ever has. 40 years later, they're still exclusive. What do you guys think about that? Okay, bro, I'm going to have to block this guy. It's a good thing I don't have this on screen because this guy put a heinous image that I have to now block this person because that's demonetizable. What an a-hole. Dude, I remember when the original PS3 had backwards compatibility with PS2 and PS1 games. I mean, come on. Come on, man. Doesn't get any better than that. I still think that if Sony wanted to, like, win over every PlayStation player with the PS6, hello, Leia, they would do full back. I don't know that they would be able to actually achieve it. Oh, he got no, he got like 3 helpings. Okay. Leia, you want some? Different beast. Nintendo release pure. Oh man. Yo, that's crazy, Matt. You're saying Nintendo releases pure dog crap? That's very intense. Come on. Here. I do think it's difficult. We've tried to compare Nintendo and Sony. It's been difficult. It's been difficult to make those comparisons because I do think that there are enough differentiators that make it, in some instances, almost like irrational to try to compare. Like it does turn into an apples oranges comparison. If Nintendo released like a God of War like game or I don't know, like a Last of Us type game, that would be maybe different. But what is this, Irvin? Should dude shooting himself in the leg. So he just says Xbox. That's crazy. Michael, you're saying MBG, read my chat. You're saying it's because Nintendo's selling like crazy is nothing new. That's old school news. I'm sorry about that, Lady Gamer. I just read your chat too. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, again, Nintendo, they're just existing in this different place where it's like they make the least amount of revenue, but they have some of the best profit margins, but their games are leveraging, like, in some cases, 40-year-old IP that is more ubiquitous than any other gaming IP out there, perhaps besides a few select titles. And so when you look at Sony, it's like I've said this. Stop that. I've said this before, but I think what you're seeing Sony do with like Astrobot, I think Sony's in it for the long haul. Like I think Sony views their aggressive growth of their IPs, such as Astrobot, but also things like The Last of Us, things like God of War. Obviously, I mean, God of War has been around for a long time already, but even things like Horizon, I think they view this as like a potential 30-year journey. You know, like this is just the beginning for Astrobot, and if Sony treats Astrobot the same way that or in a similar manner that Nintendo treated Mario when they first released Mario and grow it over the decades, who knows what heights Astrobot could reach. I don't know that they'll necessarily reach the exact same heights as Mario, but I think Sony's viewing it in that lens. Like it's not like it's more than obvious that Sony is very happy with the way Astrobot performed because their expectations were this is not going to do Mario numbers at all, nor should it. It's not reasonable to expect that. Now, if we're talking about a mainline Astro game 25 years from now, I mean, it's hard to imagine that, but like a new mainline Astrobot game on the PlayStation 10 or some shit, then they might be expecting that. Like, yeah, this thing's going to move 30, 40 million PlayStations easily, and it's going to sell 40 million units in lifetime or something. I mean, I don't know if Sony's really looking that far ahead, but I think they see the potential there. And Astrobot in particular is an interesting one because I do think that is a direct line of connection in terms of competition, where I do think the one thing Sony absolutely envies, and maybe envy is a strong word, but would like to achieve that Nintendo has is yeah, it's that brand longevity, it's that recognition, it's that yes, there are some brands that Nintendo has, some games that as long as the hardware is where it needs to be, because the Wii U I guess is kind of the exception here. As long as the hardware is where it needs to be, yeah, we would love to have a game that could sell 45 million units. I'm sure Sony would love that. I think Sony does want that for some of their games. I mean, they see that like if a new IP like Ghost of Tsushima can sell 13 million, you know? What's the longevity of an IP like Ghost? That's why people are so fascinated in finding out about Ghost of Yotei sales. Because it's like, I don't know. You know, Atsu isn't Jin. Jin could have maybe been a new mascot, but Sucker Punch, and that's another thing too, is I think one of the most difficult things when it comes to comparing Nintendo and Sony is that Sony, I do think they just treat their studios differently. And I'm not saying it's better or worse. It's not a comparison of what's better or worse. I think it's just a matter of preference. But Sony, it seems pretty clear to me that, like they just let their, like we've talked about this, they just let their studios decide what they want to do. Like if Naughty Dog says like we don't want to do The Last of Us, we don't want to do Uncharted, we want to do this new game, Sony will be like, okay. They won't be like, well, what do you mean? Like we need another Last of Us. Like that's not out of the question. Like we absolutely need another Last of Us. And I don't know, maybe there is that kind of agreement where like Naughty Dog's like, yeah, we will, just later, not now. Because I mean, yeah, like, do we really think we're not going to get more Last of Us? I doubt it. I mean, I think Sony would even maybe. I don't think they would do this immediately. But if Neil Druckmann and like the entire studio of Naughty Dog was like, we don't want to do anything with The Last of Us, I think Sony would give it to somebody else. Even if Naughty Dog said don't, I think they'd be like, no, we need to grow this. I don't know. I'm not too familiar with Nintendo's development pipeline with their studios. I don't know how it works. They won't say no, but they prefer The Last of Us? Probably. Yeah. Like, you know what I was thinking to myself? You remember how we were recently talking about Blue Point Games and we were talking about how basically they were working on a God of War live service. It got canceled. Now they're working on a third-person action game, melee action game with some puzzles. And people are thinking that's God of War. And I saw a lot of people saying, like, what if they're working on a God of War 1 remake? But you know what I just realized is they're probably, like, the more I thought about it, I'm like, they're probably working on a God of War 2018 remaster, dude. Because think about it. What does Sony have coming up next for God of War? Sony has the God of War Amazon series, which is based in the Norse, saga or duology. I bet you they're going to be like, we want to make sure that we have a God of War product to put on store shelves and to release for people, you know, by the time this comes out. I know that sounds horrible, but I'm just trying to like be realistic in that I could see them doing some shit like that, you know? Caravans and Milk, you're saying, I've never seen you post 11 tweets on a single Sony slash PlayStation announcement in 24 hours, but you did over Halo. Is this because you see it bigger than anything PlayStation has ever announced? Or are you grifting like others? I'm grifting. Yeah. It's the Halo grift, Caravans. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. I'm telling you it's a grift, and yet I didn't even stream the event. You know what's? I can't believe I did. Listen, I'll put it to you this way, man. If people really believe that this is a grift, I would have streamed that event, and I would have made good money doing it. Hello? But no, I mean, I was posting a lot about it because I don't know, man. Like it's hard not to get caught up in, at least in the Twitterverse. It was exploding. I'm like, dude, this is like I saw PlayStation post the trailer for Halo. I'm like, what the? I'm like, this is. I don't care about Halo, man, but this is crazy. Like it's one of those things. One of the posts I put out is I said, imagine going back in time and showing somebody this post in 2001 or maybe even like 2011. People would be like, that's fake. Like that's crazy. You have to stream for it to be a grift. I mean, I would say yeah, because the term grift means to engage in small scale swindling. So in this instance, a grift would look something like this. I hate Halo. I have zero interest in Halo. I want, like I don't care about it at all. Nor do I care about anything the fans think. I don't care about what PlayStation players think. I don't care about it at all. But I'm now going to put up a stream and make it seem like I deeply care about it and that this means so much to me in the hopes that people will get excited and give me money for that, to then walk away from it and be like, I don't actually give a shit about that at all. Like that, like in modern day grifting, like on the internet, like that's what that would look like. I don't make any money on that. I mean, I make like 3 pennies on those tweets. Like, to be honest, I don't even know why I have a blue check mark on Twitter. I just haven't gone out of my way to cancel it, but I probably will at some point because it's just like, dude, there's no money to be made. If there's money to be made on Twitter, I don't know about it. If there is, somebody let me know. I'm serious because like I don't understand the program on Twitter. They made it seem like it was going to be like a big deal, and I think like the most amount of money I made on it was like $30 one month or something on like a tweet that got like 26 million views or some shit. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll take it, sure. But it's like, what even is the point of? I don't know. Yeah, they pay me pennies for my time. I hate thinking of it like that, Irfan, but it's true. But do I think Halo is bigger than anything PlayStation has announced? No. But I think we have to be reasonable here and accept that I don't want to say that Halo going to PlayStation is like bigger than anything Sony has done this year necessarily. But the truth is, I do think Halo going to PlayStation is by far one of the biggest things to happen this year. And like it just is. Not because I think Halo is the most relevant anymore. Not because I mean, I guess people really like the remake, and I guess they think I haven't been looking too much at people's reactions, but I think it's mainly because of, again, it's just this was. I mean, think of it like this: Sony announced God of War going to, or The Last of Us going to Xbox, I mean, you would see Xbox players falling all over themselves, understandably, because it's like, holy shit. Like, this is monumental. What is even happening right now? You know? But truthfully, and this is the bigger question, we could get a little bit more into the weeds of this conversation with Halo and PlayStation. How much do we think this is going to be? It's campaign only. It's an Unreal Engine 5 remake. No multiplayer. I think it will have co-op, or couch co-op at least, I believe. I mean, we know Microsoft wants to make that money. $50, $60, you think 80? 80 bucks? Dude, oh my God. I would love to see them charge $80 for that. There's no way. 50, 60. What if it flops though? Microsoft doesn't care, dude. Microsoft already has their money makers. That's the thing. Microsoft is they're viewing all of their developers like, you guys put yourselves in these situations, get yourself out of it. Here's your goal, 30% profit margin. Hit that, you're safe. That's what it is now. I don't think Halo will flop on PlayStation. I will admit though, I thought Gears was going to do way better. I won't lie. I was quite surprised to see how soft Gears sold on PlayStation, where I'm like, Forza killed it, which I expected. I'm like, Forza Horizon is a very good game, and it's a very high-quality racer, and it's very different from Gran Turismo. But I thought for sure Gears was going to be way bigger, especially because it was cheaper. It was $40. But the thing is, Forza Horizon 5 felt kind of new in that it was only 4 years old. I think there's an argument to be made that Gears sold so soft on PlayStation because it was, it's a remake or remaster of a remaster, where it's like of an original game. And chances are, considering it's over 20 years old, most people probably already played it if they had interest in it. They may have played it during the 360 era. Maybe they played it with the last remaster. And so there is maybe this argument that there just wasn't a lot of it's not that there isn't demand for Gears on PlayStation. There isn't demand for Gears 1 on PlayStation. Maybe not. I think Gears E-Day is going to be the real test of like whether or not Gears of War is still relevant. I don't know how many people are asking for a Gears 1 remake or remaster. Caravans of Milk, you're saying Halo will flop 100% and it'll be $70 to $80 easy. Well, for people who are paying very close attention to the Halo community, or if you're part of the Halo community, can you tell me what's the general reaction to this been? Positive, negative, in the middle? And PlayStation Pete with a super chat says, forget about the cat and some villain in MGS. The real boss, he's Bruce Springsteen. Check out the movie Deliver Me from Nowhere, the Bruce biopic. Oh, yeah. I think I saw the trailer for that, or a portion of the trailer. I've never been a big Bruce Springsteen fan. Not going to lie. I have family members that are major Bruce Springsteen fans. I never got into Bruce Springsteen. I don't have a problem with him. Like, I never really listened to him. But I did see a portion of that trailer. It's worth watching. Am I going to be able to appreciate it if I'm not a fan of Bruce Springsteen? PlayStation Pete, thank you for that, man. Yeah, Gaming Survivor. I agree with that completely. I agree with that. Josh, you're saying you're actually excited to play Halo because you tried to play it on the original Xbox, but you couldn't hold the controller. Okay. Yeah, I have seen PlayStation players expressing excitement. Mr. B, you're saying kind of mid. Phil Spencer to Windows Central. I swear Forza Motorsport isn't dead, just parked indefinitely. Irfan, is that a real quote, bro? That you gotta be trolling me right now, right? That can't be real. Oh, hold on. He's got the link. That's a crazy quote, dude. Phil Spencer swears Forza Motorsport isn't dead, just parked indefinitely. In an interview with Famitsu, Phil Spencer, CEO of gaming at Microsoft, was asked about the Forza Motorsport series and whether the IP has been cut off. His immediate response was no! Exclamation point. He says, as for Forza Motorsport, we sometimes have to shift our focus to games that will be released earlier, and I also understand that many people reacted when the scale of Turn 10 Studios was reduced. As far as we are concerned, there are many games that we would like to support carefully, and sometimes we give the development team a little more time so that they do not continue to be in a state of tension. What? Like, I don't even know what he's trying to say. Dude, Phil Spencer's quotes are getting even crazier, man. Like, they're turning into word salad beyond word salad, man. It's like, are we getting more Forza Motorsport or not, bro? It's a simple question. And I feel like the answer's got to be no, right? Like, at the very least, the answer is probably not. Maybe, probably not. Don't hold your breath. I think if I had to translate, I think that's what he's saying. I'm not sure. I think that's the translation. Holy shit. That's crazy. Never change, Microsoft. Never change. They have an FAQ. Let me see what you guys were saying about Halo, though. People are hating on the sprint. Nobody cares about Halo besides old men. Caravans and Milk, you're saying Steve Jobs got put on indefinite leave for Apple 1980s. Caravans and Milk, are you implying that Forza Motorsport's going to have the greatest comeback ever? Like 20 years from now? It's been 20 years in the making, introducing Forza Motorsport 8. I think it would be 8, right? You can turn off the sprint. Yeah, I did see some people complaining about that. Well, my whole thing that I was trying to get at earlier in the stream is that Microsoft truly there is a villain here, and the villain is corporate greed, as it always is. I do feel bad for a lot of development teams at Microsoft because they're under, in my opinion, which just seems to be an unfair amount of pressure. And it's not that I expect Microsoft to be a charity. It's just I expect that if Microsoft is going to take on this much overhead, that they're not going to just, I don't know, man, immediately put all of these studios and all of these teams on the razor's edge. Because that seems to be exactly what's happening. And I like, there's an air of desperation. That's what I'm picking up on. And I don't think it's good. I think it's dangerous. I think that Microsoft is putting their studios in compromising positions with this 30% profitability mandate. They're calling it an accountability mandate. And I mean, I get it. Microsoft, they can afford dead weight, but they're not going to, again, they're looking to grow, man. And Caravans and Milk, you're saying exactly, LOL, nah, but it'll return in 5 to 10 years. I mean, yeah, I could see in the long run, he's probably right in that there will be eventually another Forza Motorsport, but I don't know, man. People seem pretty content with Horizon. MBG, how do you get rid of devs/studios/whole divisions without major backlash? Set unrealistic standards. Well, the thing is, Digital Dude, is Microsoft doesn't care about the backlash anymore. That's been something that has that's something that's changed. And I've picked up on it. I think some other people have picked up on it, where Microsoft for a while now, for like the last year and a half or so, greatly cared about backlash. Like, they were afraid to do it. Like, they felt like they really had to keep control of the narrative. And I think that in the last 3 to 4 months or so, something changed where it's like now they just don't care. There is no damage control. There's just damage. And they just, I can respect that a little bit more, you know? Like, I can respect if they're just like, this is a bad thing and we're not even going to try to pretend it's not. We're not even going to comment on it. We're just going to let it be what it is. I can respect that more than a company that tries to make it a very obviously overtly bad thing seem like it's not as bad as it looks, or it's even a good thing. That's what always drove me nuts about Microsoft's marketing. And that's a big change that I've noticed, is that they don't seemingly care about damage controlling anymore. Um, and I think that's another sign. I think the fact that they've stopped caring about damage controlling, it signals that they're getting very serious. Like, this is sink or swim, do or die. You either deliver the results or you're done. And we're not even gonna we're not gonna sugarcoat it anymore. And yeah, man. I mean, when you see Microsoft come out here and be like, here's an Xbox Series X, $650. Here's Game Pass, $360 annually. And here's Halo on PlayStation. When I hear the Halo developers talk about how big of an opportunity it is for Halo to go on PlayStation, I sense something. I sense fear. I do. Like, I sense this kind of tinge of fear where it's like, I think they understand, like, that they have to fucking, they need this thing to sell. They need Halo to be relevant again. They need to save their studio. They need to save this franchise. And I think, and that's Halo, bro. Like, that's Halo. Imagine how these other studios are feeling. Like, Fable. Oh, man. I mean, Playground Games, listen, they have Forza Horizon. That'll keep them safe. But the whole team that's making Fable, it's just been in development since 2018. It's probably has an ungodly amount of pressure on it. Caravans of Milk, you're saying once Microsoft finally gets rid of the Xbox division, I'm calling it now, Sony will 100% raise prices across the board. Not all at once, but bit by bit, games first. We'll see about that, Caravans. I mean, I feel like people have been telling me for a while now that Sony's going to do this and they're going to do that. And I'll be honest, like, they could do it right now. And I'm not saying nobody would blink twice. People would be upset, but it's like, there's this whole idea of Sony won. That's been something I've been seeing circulating on the internet. Sony won. Oh, Jake, thank you for that, buddy. I'll check that out in a minute. Sony won, right? Sony's the only high-end console now. There's no competition. Stuff like this. And I mean, it's true that, like, if you're Sony, you're in a very good position. You're in a good position. You're big. Not person, but the company that was supposed to be the most dangerous, the biggest threat to you, is now going to help you make more money than you're already making. Right? They're basically going to give you free money. That's kind of crazy. And if you're Sony, you're not going to see that as a bad thing. You're going to be like, great, this is great, right? And you can start to see how these things, if Microsoft, like, let's just talk about it from that perspective. Microsoft is done in the console competition completely. Like, they've been done. It's like, this is the end game. This is the final transformation, or the final phase of that transformation, where they're killing studios, they're killing projects, they're laying off thousands, they're prioritizing their higher profit margin driven games. They don't give a shit about hardware anymore, and they seemingly only care about Game Pass as long as they can extract high profit margins from every subscriber. Yeah, that's concerning what that means for Sony in the long run because, I mean, Sony could fuck around if they want. They could if they want to. I don't know that they will. I think it's too risky. I think the PS3 is still recent enough that Sony understands, like, bro, arguably, Sony should have Sony should have succeeded beyond all measure with the PS3. Arguably, there's an argument to be made there where it's like, dude, Xbox is look at how many units the original Xbox sold compared to the PS2. Like, they're no. Look at Nintendo. Like, it's just you, Sony. The PS3 should have been, even with that level of arrogance, it should have been, a massive hit. And it wasn't. And I just think that's so important because it's like Sony, you could say Sony is close to that position again in terms of not having direct competition around them. But the PS3 is always there to remind Sony, like, even if you're alone, bro, doesn't mean you can't fuck up. There may be nobody there to knock you off the top of the mountain, but you could still fall off it. One wrong step, So I just hope that they still have that in mind. And I think they do. And Caravans, you're saying it's inevitable. I'm telling you, clip it. Clip it. Clip it and ship it. Or hold on to it for now. Well, I don't know, man. Like, you're talking about Microsoft. Well, let's talk about that for a minute. Caravans, you're saying that once Microsoft finally gets rid of the Xbox division, is that a possibility at this point? I've been saying this whole stream that Microsoft Xbox, specifically, not Microsoft, Xbox is in a bad spot. I don't think Xbox will ever go away. I don't think Microsoft will ever close the Xbox division down, but here's the end game that I could see playing out. And I think we're seeing the beginnings of it now. The games that are going to be left, Call of Duty, obviously, World of Warcraft, Minecraft, The Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Forza, Gears, Halo, and that might be it. I'm not sure. Like, maybe there's some I'm missing, but it's just going to be a very trimmed down, highly efficient version. I mean, Candy Crush, of course. How could I forget? It's going to be the opposite of what you remember when these Xbox fanboys were making these. They were making these charts of all the studios and all the IPs. I think it's going to be the opposite of that in the end. At the rate things are going, where it's going to be trimmed down so much where it's like there's only going to be like 10 things or less. Maybe even less than 10 things. But the only thing that's going to matter to Microsoft is those 10 things are making the great profits, great revenue, great profit. And we don't have this massive overhead bloat. I'm using that terminology because that's likely how Microsoft sees it. Of, my God, we have to pay all these developers. Like, the most expensive part of game development are the salaries, the yearly salaries. Devs are not cheap. Running a studio is not cheap, especially depending on where it's located. Like, Ninja Theory is probably not a cheap studio to keep running. Undead Labs, not cheap. What are the results that they're producing for Microsoft? That's how they view it. We can see the benefit. Like, what I'll say? I said this. I'll say I'm gonna declare it here. Right? You can clip this. As of right now, I think there's only one game, maybe two, maybe Forza Horizon 6. But really, for now, like when I just think about, well, what's like the one game that I want from Microsoft? It's State of Decay 3. All right. And I know, people will be like, really? But it is. That's the game I want. I don't care if it comes to PlayStation 5 or not. I just want to see it I want to see it hit the finish line. I'm telling you, I may have one more in me. Fable, I don't know, man. The longer I sit around on Fable, the more I'm like, I don't know. Maybe Fable. When they show it fully, maybe I'll be excited for it and be like, okay. But for me, it's State of Decay 3. Like that's the one I am holding my breath for. I'm telling, dude, if they cancel that game or shut that studio, I'm gonna have one more nuclear meltdown in me for Microsoft, and that'll be it. Like that will be it. By the way, um, that is like, I'm not gonna lie. I'm almost over here. Like I'm waiting. Microsoft, do it, because I know you want to do it, and I know you probably will. And if they do, I think that's it, dude. Like I think I'm gonna become that guy. Crackdown 3 remake. I am gonna become that guy that if they cancel State of Decay 3 and shut that studio down, I'm going to go out of my way to never give them a fucking dime. Like I'm like it doesn't like they could actually release something that I'm interested in. Nope. I will pirate that shit. I don't know. I'll figure something out. And I know that seems unfair, but it's because I just like that will break me. Again, like that will be the second time Microsoft breaks me, man. And I know it's a lot of pressure, but it's like, dude, listen. You, State of Decay, the amount of potential that this game has. There's no way they could have allowed State of Decay 3 to be in development for this long just to cancel it, especially with the last wave of cancellations. If they were going to cancel it, they would have done it. So that's like really the last game I'm really, that's like the last bastion for me for Microsoft. Yeah, that's like the last big tether. Forza Horizon, maybe. I do like the Forza Horizon series, so there's a good chance maybe that'll be one as well. But I feel confident that Forza Horizon is never going to go anywhere, you know? State of Decay 3 is the big one for me. Nick, you're saying I was told Sony was going to sell the PS6 for $1,000 with Microsoft getting out of consoles and going to PC. Doesn't look like that's happening. No, ironically enough, it looks like Microsoft's going to be the one selling a console. What is a console PC hybrid for $1,000 or more dollars? I need to remind people like this. This is the big thing about Sony's leadership now. When Sony comes out and talks to their shareholders and says the PS5 generation is the most profitable we've ever had and the most successful, the PS5 hardware, the literal box, is at the center of that. It is responsible for it. Sony understands this. Sony understands this better than anybody. And I always feel the need to emphasize this because I think people, they have this idea that Sony's willing to just risk that. And I understand that they look back at the PS3 and how well they risked it then. And that's true, but it's different now, man. Like that is hindsight 2020, literally. That is the hindsight 2020. And I just think people kind of, I'll put it to you this way. Sony would deserve what they get if they approach their next console where it's like, we could sell it for 800, we're going to sell it for 800. And I understand people look at the Pro and they're like, well, they're selling a $750 console, but it's again, Sony doesn't care if you buy the Pro. They do not care if you buy the Pro. You know what they care about? Did you buy a PS5? Like, you know, did you buy the digital Astrobot bundle? Did you buy that? Because that's what we care about. Sure, you want to buy Pro? We'll take your money, but we're not trying to sell that to everybody. Like, I mean, there's very minimal marketing for the Pro. Caravans, you're saying you keep saying Xbox is a PC and isn't competition or the equivalent to a console. Now you're changing. They're a third-party publisher. State of Decay is ass. Bro, how you gonna take shots at State of Decay like that? Um, that is not releasing Played, Zomboid, or DayZ. He's going to straight up take shots at State of Decay. Like, why do people hate State of Decay so much, man? Well, here's the thing about Microsoft, and yeah, I saw that, Mr. B. I'm hesitant because it's VG charts, though. Yo, now there ain't no way Spartan's in the chat dogpiling because it plays like shit. Well, maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe it is bad. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if this is one of those games where it's like, dude, you like, everybody likes a little bit of garbage, you know? This is the garbage you like. The bad games. I don't know. Well, here's the thing. The first State of Decay, it was an Xbox Live Arcade game. And I think what made it special is it punched above its weight. It's like, this should be bad, and it's way better than it like is expected to be. It's a $20 game. And I think the second one was just more of that. And I've always believed that, like, man, I don't know, if you guys refine this and really work on it, I think you could have I don't know, man. I think you could have one of the best zombie games ever made. But Caravans, when it comes to calling the console, Microsoft's upcoming device, a console or PC, I don't know what to call it, honestly, because they're calling it a console, but they're describing what seems to be a PC. So I met with a lot of friction, at least on Twitter, when I call it a PC. People are like, no, it's a console. And I'm like, well, I don't know what it's going to be. I feel like, though, it doesn't matter, because I feel like if it comes out and it's like, yeah, this is $1,000 or this is $1,200, I feel like it won't matter. It doesn't. You call it whatever you want. You know what I mean? Hardly anybody's going to be picking that up. So maybe I am getting lost in the sauce here, you know, and it's just like, Spartan, you like some bad games, it's all good. Virko, you're saying the first game was promising? It was, man. And Caravans, you're saying you're looking at the short term. I'm talking about when the next Xbox is long gone and the console gamers have no other option for decent hardware. They'll go up. I mean, perhaps. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, so if we're looking beyond the next 3, 4, 5 years, we're looking like more long term. It's really difficult to determine, man, because I think Sony's view of it, I don't know. I think Sony's view of it might change, where they're like, listen, we're the only home console option. So I think what Sony might be more likely to do is try to dominate all sectors of that. And what I mean by that is, again, if we're talking, like, let's just, for shits and giggles, complete hypothetical, PlayStation 7. All right. Let's say like 8, 10 years from now. It's a long time. It's a long time. But again, we're doing a hypothetical scenario. It's, you know, Microsoft is not making another box, like, officially. Like, they're like, yeah, we're not. We'll continue to support the one we put out there and some OEMs, but we're not making another one. Sony is like, no, we're doing the PlayStation 7. And we're finally going to move on from the PS5. So now it's just going to be PS6 and PS7. I could see Sony, I don't want to say flooding the zone, but I could see them being like, we're going to make like 3 different consoles, like 3 different pieces of hardware. One low end, entry point for the most casual. One mid range, something that you would expect to get now for like $500, $600, $700. And then one high end, something that's like very premium. I don't know how that would work, especially if we're talking about handhelds. I guess I'm just saying, like, I could see Sony, if they are the only ones, like, even Nintendo is like, you know, the Switch 2 is did it everything it was going to do, and nobody knows what's next for Nintendo. And Sony's like, we are the only home console option left. You could see Sony become much more versatile in their options and their offerings, because at that point, if you think about it, like at that point, they could be in the best possible position to move the most amount of hardware they ever moved if they were to plan it right. Everybody already bought their Switches, so they don't have to worry about Nintendo. I mean, I guess they'll do like a Switch 3 at some point, but Xbox is literally done. They're not making any more hardware. I could see Sony taking approach of like, let's flood the zone. That could be detrimental though, from a development standpoint, but it's really difficult to speculate about the long term, because even right now, the short term, next 2-3 years, it's very difficult to predict how this is going to play out. But it does seem to me that Microsoft has no intention of playing the long game when it comes to hardware, unless they just want to continue making very premium boxes with very high profit margins. We also have to see how Sony's handheld does. Depending on how their handheld performs, that could change the game for them. You know, it could be a breakout success. It could be, I don't say a failure, but just like maybe like a failed experiment, or like a failed comeback. Maybe is the way to phrase it, where it's like they were hoping for a big comeback, something akin to the PSP, and it sold like 15 million. Maybe Sony would be happy with 15 million. There's much we don't know. I will say this though. I have something else I have to cover with you with what Matt Booty, everybody's favorite Matt Booty, is saying. And Planet Clippier is saying, how can you expect Microsoft to be honest about their supposed next-gen console plans when they backtracked with just about effing everything? I don't, Planet Clippy. I, I don't take anything Microsoft says seriously, even remotely. Like I will react to it when need be and talk about it and dissect it when need be. But at this point in time, dude, like I showed a clip earlier. I don't know if you were here, Planet Clippy. I went back and I clipped myself. I pulled up the clip of when my initial immediate reaction after the It's Only 4 Games podcast, and how I was I freaked out too much, but I was basically telling people like you're an idiot if you believe what they're saying. Like you have to be an idiot to actually think that that's like if you run with this and say that it's just 4 games, like you are a fool. Because it's painfully obvious, painfully, what they're doing. And Phil Spencer flat out told you in that podcast when he said we're going for growth. You know? And ever since that, I would say it was like that moment I really understood that, man, you cannot trust a word Microsoft says. But with that being said, let's go over what Matt Booty said. No, for real though. Wait, where's the? Okay, so, Matt Booty, in an interview with the New York Times, executive Matt Booty, who leads Xbox's game content and studios, explained that his company no longer sees PS5 as competition. Quote, "We are all seeking to meet people where they are. Our biggest competition is not another console. We are competing more and more with everything from TikTok to movies," end quote. He also, hold on, I'm trying to find the full New York Times interview. Is it going to let me? Oh, hold on. I don't think I can read. I have to sign up. I'm not going to sign up. That name is so cursed. I mean, his name is cursed. Yeah, his name is cursed. One of the things that him as well as Phil Spencer Let me see if I get the full quote. Hold on. Where are we here? So, okay, yeah, Matt Booty says, he says, our biggest competition is not another console. We're all seeking to meet people where they are. We are competing more and more with everything from TikTok to movies. Now, I wanted to get the full quote here because he says, we are all seeking to meet people where they are. Nothing drives me crazier than seeing Microsoft continue to posture themselves this way. Like, when you say we are all seeking to meet people where they are you including Nintendo? Surely you are not, because Nintendo absolutely does not do that. They do the literal opposite of that. Even when we talk about Sony, Sony is 50-50. Sometimes they'll meet you where they are, other times they expect you to come to them. But this is what I mean, where Microsoft continues to posture themselves and talk as if, no. Compete with the PS5. You kidding me? Compete with the PS5? We're competing with TikTok, bitch. Like, yeah, wait, like, what do you, like, what? I don't, I just don't get it, man. Like, why can't they just say it? They won't say it. They won't. They like Microsoft will never admit to it. They'd literally rather say we're competing with TikTok now. That's right. TikTok's our competition. Caravans, you're saying that makes sense. They lost in the console, not that they are driving for or now they're driving for engagement instead. So they want people to stop scrolling TikTok and game, or don't watch a movie and game as long as it's their game. I mean, I know broadly speaking, he's not wrong, but it just feels like it's constantly avoiding the elephant in the room, where it's like, bro, like, okay, all right, TikTok, bro. Technically, he's not wrong. I understand that, but I just feel like, uh, I feel like every time Microsoft talks, man, it's like, it's just always some bullshit. It's always something, you know? Nick with a $5 chat says Xbox/Microsoft leadership comparing video games to other mediums says all we need to know about them not understanding a damn thing about this medium. I mean, it just catches me off guard a little bit, because it's like, bro, like, my question is this, right? My question to Mr. Booty, I can understand what you are trying to say when you say you want to, you're worried about competing with TikTok and movies, and you're trying to meet people where they are. My question is, you couldn't even compete with Sony or Nintendo in the gaming space, just in the gaming space. What makes you think you're going to compete with TikTok or movies or the movie industry? What, like, that, like, that's what's lost on me. Is like, it reminded me of when Microsoft, like, years ago, when Phil Spencer was like, our competition isn't PlayStation and Nintendo, it's Amazon, Netflix, Meta. And it's like, well, yeah, like, Microsoft as a company, that's your competition, but we're talking about video games. You're the head of gaming. Like, how are you going to compete with that? And what are you even trying? What exactly are you competing with? Because none of those companies are trying to compete with Sony or Nintendo in gaming either. They're involved in gaming, but they all kind of suck and are irrelevant. Like, what are you trying to say? I've never understood this approach from Microsoft when they talk about themselves in this sense. You're saying, what would we do here if we didn't have Microsoft? You're going to find out soon, Caravans. Stay tuned. You're going to find out soon. Because believe me, man, like, this is the swan song. And that's not me saying I will elaborate. That's not me saying I'm done talking about Xbox. This is the last Xbox stream you ever gonna get from me, son. Like, no, I'm not saying that. We will obviously when here's the fucking Xbox PC hybrid. The price leaked. Phil Spencer accidentally tweeted the price and deleted it. I don't know. Like, we'll cover that. This is the swan song, though, man. Halo coming to PlayStation. And I want to read one other quote from Matt Booty. All right. Let me find it. This, to me, is something that's going under the radar. And I understand, like, for a lot of people, it's like, well, I guess it's going under the radar because it's expected. But I took a little bit of umbrage with this. Not that much, though. Like, to me, this is it. This is the goodbye. This is the farewell. Will you talk about PlayStation then? No. No, I refuse. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? How dare you, sir? How dare you come to this channel and ask me to talk about PlayStation? No, we will. We will. That's the plan. This is an Xbox channel, sir. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Let's talk about how much PlayStation whooped Xbox's ass. Yeah, that's how we'll talk about it, Caravans. Yo, let's talk about how PlayStation curb stomped Microsoft out of the games industry. No. It's this. I'm telling you, man. Look, I didn't expect this. I do you know why I didn't expect this? For the last 3 weeks, bro. For the last 3 weeks, literally, it's been boom. Here's a big thing that's going on with Microsoft. Boom. Here's another big thing that's going on with Microsoft. I called it. I called it. It started with Sneakers SO. Again, I'm telling you, that person is a board member of Microsoft. That's Phil Spencer. It started with that 3 weeks ago. And ever since then, a cascading effect, just like it did back in early 2024. It's a psyop, bro. No, I mean, it's something. It is something. It is telegraphed. It is planned. It is how it's supposed to go. Jake, thank you. And I won't lie, man. Like looking back on it, I understand the marketing tactic that Microsoft decided on. I don't know what you would call it. I'm sure there's a name for it, but it's like we just have to whittle people down. We just have to kind of do the same cycle over like so many times within a year, within 2 years, that by the time we're actually there, like, again, man, this is it. Like, Microsoft is telling you they're kind of done in so many words. Like, they're not done in gaming, but it's like the transformation is almost complete. We're pretty much there. And the reactions I notice from most people, it's like, yeah, okay. All right, we hear you. We've already been down this road. And I kind of feel that way too, but I feel like I would be remiss to not, it's the last hurrah, I suppose. But that's the thing. Like, I say this now, but then, like, what's going to happen next week? What crazy nonsense are we going to hear about Microsoft next week? When is Sony going to do something great? Like, can't we get some fair? I'll take some fucking fair games news, man. I'm ready, Sony. I'm ready for next week's main topic to be Sony shuts down Haven and Fair Games is canceled, and there's like an insider scoop from Jason Schreier about how like the game was like horrifically bad or something. Like I'll take that. I will literally take that. PlayStation bad news incoming. Sony Concord 2. Kane Z7, you're saying it's still not over, MBG. The last Microsoft pillar hasn't fallen yet. It will be when Crackdown 3 remake hits PS5. Yeah, right. That's the final domino to fall. Let me read this quote from Matt Booty, though. And the reason why I want to read this quote is because I think this, again, it's going under the radar, but I think it fully highlights when I initially read it and I put it on Twitter, I was a little bit annoyed. I'm not as annoyed now. I do think it's a bit of a gaslight to the hardcore PlayStation or hardcore Xbox players. But Matt Booty, it says here in the article, let me see if I have the full quote. I don't know if I still have it or not. I only have the trimmed down version. So they didn't quote him, but it says in the same article, Matt Booty said to the New York Times, consumers no longer have a strong attachment to the actual devices they use to play games on. And to me, if I could highlight a singular quote from Microsoft, from anybody at Microsoft over the years, that like this is the one, dude. This is the one to end it all. Where it's like, that's not true. You need it to be true. You want it to be true. And it's only true if you're targeting an audience that's completely separate from the one that you've spent the last 20 years trying to court. You're saying it's a platform you don't engage with, so why care? You don't like Nintendo or PC, so you don't talk about them. But this constant Xbox talk, you're addicted. Maybe I am. Maybe I am addicted. Well, I guess it's because it feels like, dude, this is like it's like an arc, you know? And sometimes you remember like the Blue Box arc? You remember like the next gen build the console war arc? I feel like if you look back at the channel, there's all these different arcs, and Xbox has always played a vital part in it. But this feels like the final one where it's like, this is the beginning of, if not the end, the full transformation. This is that arc. And I think this is the end of it, man. Because I'm kind of with you on this, and I'm with most other people, where it's like, where do we go from here? When it comes, the only place left to go when it comes to talking about Microsoft from this point is, I guess, just whatever information we get on this device, which will mostly be irrelevant to us, and whatever games they're going to be bringing to PS5, which is seemingly going to be all of them. And considering I'm not very interested in most of their games, you know? Yeah, I mean, Caravans, whether I'm addicted or not, the sun is setting, bro. That's the thing. Like this is the sunset. So I guess we'll just enjoy it while we can. No, I'm not getting Halo. I mean, I had to cover Halo coming to PlayStation, but I'm not. MBG has the right to talk about any topic he wants, especially after the fanboys have been harassing him for years. I mean, that's part of what drives me with this a little bit, but that's ending too. Like that's coming to a close. Like the book, we are on the final chapter, and the book is closing, and a new one will open. But that is part of the reason why I continue to go back, is because yes, I have had to deal with a ridiculous amount of dragging and slander that has been very frustrating. And I like to think that when this is done, when this chapter ends, like everybody's kind of we start again on the same page, hopefully. And Nick coming in with a $50 super chat, man. Nick, you're saying with a $50 super chat, here's the issue with Microsoft. They don't respect gaming. They think they're above it. Like when a movie studio adopts a game, comic, or other nerdy material into a live action film, when they don't respect the material, it doesn't resemble the source. That's an interesting analogy to use, an interesting way to frame it. I mean, I agree mostly. Yeah, I think there was a time where, like, I think people are not paying attention to the fact that Laura Fryer, who was a longtime Xbox executive that was hugely responsible for big success for the 360. I mean, she's out here. Mike Ybarra, another one. Like, you get these long-time Xbox executives that helped make the high points of the Xbox what they were, and they're beginning to kind of mirror and emulate what others have been saying. Except these are people that, while maybe who's Joe Schmo and who cares what he has to say on with his fucking massively long tweet, or this random podcaster. But these are people who know their shit, who've been involved, who made the brand what it was. And that to me is something that's, you know, absolutely worth kind of highlighting, of like, yeah, guys, like this is a major transformation that even people who were there for the 360 on a business level, on a corporate level, and the Xbox One and even the original Xbox, like, yeah, now they're starting to chime in. Really quick, I want to read this from Spartan. He said, if PS5 games came to PC day and date, I would drop my PS5 in a heartbeat. If playing on my phone could give me the same experience on my PC as my PC, I'd probably not play on my PC. For me, it's where is the best. Well, what's interesting is, like, when we talk about the idea of him saying TikTok, right? Competing with movies, and this idea of like people are not attached to their devices that they use. I think it's somewhat split. I think there are millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people. In fact, I would say the majority of people, that's probably true. But the reason why I think it feels so, like, just kind of not, I don't know, like, what's the word I'm looking for? It feels, I mean, I described this, it felt like a kind of backhand to the Xbox fan base for him to say this. The reason why I feel that way is because it's like, dude, you're better off not saying this. And the reason you're better off not saying it is because that's not true for your entire audience that you've cultivated, man. Or at least the majority of them. Because look, I could be wrong, but I think the majority of Xbox players look back fondly on the original Xbox, on the 360, and some of them even on the Xbox One. And there's an attachment to those boxes where it's like you see the box, you know what the box represents, right? You know what goes hand in hand with that box. It has, I think when people talk about the identity, right, of these brands that surrounds these consoles and this hardware, that's those things. Again, this is the way it's always been. And I think for him to just kind of like, even though in a broader spectrum, he's probably right, or he just is right, that like, yeah, there's new generations of gamers out there that don't give a shit about this. And even what Spart was saying, where there's plenty of people they don't actually really care about the device itself. The device is just a means to an end. I get that. But it's from the person and the place it's coming from, where it's like if Sony said that, I would be like, bro, what are you talking about? You know? It's like, bro, you're like, if Sony said that, I would be stunned, because it's like you've done like you have told the fan base the opposite for the last 30 years. And even though things may be changing, and that can be true, or what you're saying is true, it's probably not true for the majority of your like loyal fans. Like I would feel confident in saying that there are absolutely PlayStation fans that they are attached to the actual box, not in like some weird way, but I just mean in like, you care about, like, there are people that do it all the time. Like, they go out and they buy PS1s, they buy PS2s. I was thinking about it. You buy PS3s because you're like, the box and everything that's attached to it, and what surrounds it, it has a unique identity. And not everybody cares about that, you know? Caravans, you're saying all the little sheep are upset in the chat. I don't play on Xbox, so of course I wouldn't care what's going on there. Just thought that would be your mindset. You're saying speak up, super chat with your chest chat. Bro, what is up with people? My chat's not doing anything. Oh, wait, did people, you had some responses to your super chat. It says you had 4. I don't know, man. I don't think I would, listen, sometimes I can call my chat unhinged. Sometimes I can call my chat inappropriate. I wouldn't call them sheep. I wouldn't call them that. And I mean that. Like, if I thought my chat was sheep, we'd have a problem. But I don't know. I've lost, dude. I've had a lot of people. I think by sheep he means like people who are just. I mean, I'm assuming he's talking about like radical PlayStation fanboys, like people where it's like Sony could do literally anything, like anything, and they'll still support them and only have something good to say or defend them. I don't think we don't have nearly as many people here like that as you think. We have people that definitely want to dunk on Xbox. Obviously, we got that. I'm not even going to deny that. But you know, dude, sometimes there are people coming in here being harsher on PlayStation than I expect. I'm like, what, bro? What? But yeah, come on, man. Please don't insult the chat. Have your I mean, look, it's fine if you have your opinions on my chat, but like I said, call them unhinged. That's what I call my chat. You've noticed PlayStation players actually calling Sony out. Will, you're saying PlayStation equals Goku, Xbox equals Yamcha, PlayStation is another power level. Will, you damn sheep. I'm just playing, man. Spartan, you're saying I love PlayStation, but I also recognize that they're a business that will take as much as it can. So I have no real loyalty to Sony. If this next Xbox proves to be a better console experience, then so be it. That's, like I said, I feel as though a chapter is ending or a book is closing. But one of the things I am interested in seeing is how Microsoft's going to market this device, because they keep calling it a console. But I think that there's going to be some dead giveaways that it's like this is more of a Windows 11 PC experience. Unless it won't be. I mean, that's the thing. I don't know if they're going to be treating this thing special. We will see. We will see. But I don't think, I mean, at this point, man, for me anyway, the only, if Microsoft comes out and says State of Decay 3 launch exclusive only on this box, I would consider buying it. Maybe. I don't know. It's like $1,000 though. I'm not sure. Piper, you're saying, bro, I know you may not want to hear this, but people that think like you are no longer the target audience. La, 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 la. I don't want to hear that, Piper. I don't want to hear what you're saying. La, la. Nah, nah. Nope. How dare you? How dare you, Piper? Will, you're saying I'm the black sheep in the PlayStation family. Bah. Well, Microsoft keeps pointing. Microsoft keeps pointing to Sony. Or not Sony, but like they're saying like everybody's doing this, right? Caravan says, okay, I'll leave them be. Good luck with the channel. Well, I appreciate that, Caravan. You're always welcome here, man. I mean, you've been dropping good support, bro. I appreciate you. He's heading out. He's going to contemplate whether or not he's going to buy Halo on PlayStation. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't actually know if he's buying Halo on PlayStation. But I don't know, the idea that people like me or enthusiast fans, we're no longer the target audience. I mean, you are probably right. Piper. I just think, listen, at the end of the day, I think this is what it boils down to. I think what it boils down to is that he's joining Jim on the beach. Yo, really quick. Somebody said they left a comment on my video and it made me laugh. And they were like, in a weird way, Jim Ryan was almost trying to help Microsoft by trying to block the acquisition. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's funny to think that in some realm that might actually be true. But here's what it boils down to, man. At least in my opinion. I think at the end of the day, PlayStation, it's kind of like what Spartan said. PlayStation is a business. Like, they're run like a business. Sony is a very corporate run business. So is Microsoft. And at the end of the day, they both do want the same thing. So, if anything, this might be why they continue to be such a relevant part of the conversation, is because no matter how different their paths are and how dramatic they can be in some instances with changes they're making and decisions, strategies they're deploying, at the end of the day, they both want the same thing, and that is growth. And you can always bank on that. Outside of that, though, I think that there's a major factor. There's one singular factor that I think it creates such a massive divide at this point in time. It didn't used to create this much of a divide, but now more than ever, the divide is there. Where, sure, you can say Sony and Microsoft both have the same end goal, which is growth, right? But Sony has something Microsoft does not have. And that's something that Sony has is, when I tell you, completely at the center of their gaming division, to a degree where if you removed it, it would collapse instantaneously. That is a highly successful closed console ecosystem. Okay? And I know this sounds obvious, where it's like, well, duh. But sometimes you have to look at it this way, and you have to speak about it in this way to really kind of understand that Microsoft does not have that. They do not have that. And so what that means, because you have to ask yourself, what does this mean in terms of the different directions they're going to go in or the different decisions they're going to make? What it means for Microsoft is being presented to us. Less obviously in the last year and a half, more obviously in the last 3 months. And that is, listen, we don't have that anymore. We had it for a period of time with the 360. We had it for a little bit longer, to a lesser degree with the Xbox One. We lost it with the Series X and the Series S. And now where we are, simply put, is we don't have it at all. They do not have a successful closed console ecosystem. They don't have a successful console ecosystem in general. What this means for Microsoft is it gives them way more freedom, but with pressure. But freedom to say, okay, we don't have to worry about this anymore because we lost it and we just don't have it. So what do we do now? What can we do now that previously we weren't able to? And that's exactly what you're seeing. That's why you're seeing Halo on PlayStation. That's why you're seeing them not afraid to say that the next box we make may or may not be a PC, but it's going to be damn expensive and premium and curated. They're basically saying all the opposite things you would want to say if you had any intention of, hitting a mass market with a device. They could do all these things because they've let go of trying to have what Sony and Nintendo have. And so instead, what they're going to do is they're going to allow what Sony and Nintendo has work for them. In turn, though, Sony and Nintendo get a piece of the pie. Again, this is what we know. But when you look at Sony, and I'm just going to focus on Sony here. When you look at Sony and you ask yourself, well, okay, Sony has that. They have a highly successful and profitable closed console ecosystem. So if Sony also wants to grow, how are they going to do that? Because everything I just said that's applicable to Microsoft, that extra freedom, that ability to start doing things that you otherwise couldn't before, because you're no longer tethered to it, to that ecosystem, no, not worried about it anymore. Does that mean Sony can't do any of those things? And that's where I always try to thread that needle. I always try to thread that needle and let people know that, like, Sony cannot, under any circumstances, they cannot risk making any decisions or any moves that negatively impact or begin to erode their closed console ecosystem. And the reason for that is because when Sony comes out and says, the PlayStation brand is more successful and more profitable than it's ever been, that's why. That's why it's more profitable than it's ever been and more successful than it's ever been, because of that closed ecosystem. So when investors ask Sony, that's fantastic, but how are you going to continue to go even further? That's the challenge. And that's why you see Sony walking on eggshells. That's why you see them, if they're going to experiment, they just, they don't jump, they don't dive headfirst into the pool, because they absolutely have something to lose. They do have a great fear. This is why the conversation around Sony, it needs to be different when you see something like Helldivers 2 announced for Xbox, and you see people talking about Spider-Man being next, The Last of Us being next, God of War next, whole slate. It's ridiculous. It is actually ridiculous, because it's like you are completely and entirely undermining the very thing that Sony has used and leveraged to build up their success, their highly successful console ecosystem. And you think that they're willing to just, on a dime, say, forget that, we're just going to do this anyway, because of one live service game being, again, probably as an experiment, but to be put somewhere else. People are not willing, like, this is what I've tried to explain for so long. Like, people are willing to jump to these insane conclusions with no substance behind it. Because it's, again, like, if you say, listen, the future, or like where we are now, people do want these companies to come to them. True. Companies like Sony and Microsoft and all of them, they're all fighting for time. They need your time. Your time is their most valuable, that's the most valuable thing you can give them. And the time does eventually equal money. True. But it's like, that doesn't change the fact, right? All those things can be true. Like, again, two things can be true at the same time. All that is true. So is the fact that Sony's going to end up selling 100 million PlayStation 5 units. That is also true. The fact that PlayStation Plus is still the most successful gaming subscription in the market, that's also true. So is the fact that only 2% of Sony's overall revenue for their gaming division came from multi-platform releases. That's also true. These things are all true. And it's why I'm trying to tell people that Microsoft they've always done this, and this is not me shitting on Microsoft. This is me telling you what they've done for decades. because they have to. They're one of the leading companies in the world. They have to posture themselves this way. Microsoft is going to come out here and they're going to tell you what the future is. And they're going to tell you they're on it right now. Doesn't matter if they're correct. Doesn't matter if that's actually how it turns out to be. All that matters is that you believe them and you buy in. Because in the same way that they need investors to buy in, they need consumers to buy in at the same rate. These things also go hand in hand. And again, it's much easier for Microsoft to do that when they are in a losing position in the gaming space where, you know what? We lost our console ecosystem. We lost our console player base. And slowly but surely, we're losing developers too because they're seeing that we're starting to move in a different direction. And what I'm really trying to say here is that you need to be careful about banking on what Microsoft tells you that this is where we're going. Because I don't know if you guys remember, but about 6-7 years ago, Phil Spencer said that we're not really worried about, trying to sell 100 million console units. We're more focused on reaching, the 2 billion users who have smartphones and making them Xbox players. How's that going? Well, we bought Candy Crush. Well, I guess it's working a little bit. How's that working for your bottom line? It's not. It's not. It's not working for their bottom line. Not Microsoft's bottom line. And that's what I try to tell people, man, is like these things, I will always say like multiple things can always be true at the same time. What Microsoft says can absolutely be true in the sense that we're competing with TikTok. We need to hit 2 million smartphone users. We need to go beyond. We need to meet customers where they are. That's true. People absolutely want that. It can also be just as true that you're going to fail in doing that. That can be just as true. And it can also be true that Sony doesn't need to do that in the same way you are to be successful. I'm just trying to point out that it is in Microsoft's best interest to convince you and me and every investor and every person on the planet that the traditional way of doing things in the console space is antiquated. Who does that benefit? The consumer wants to believe it benefits them, but that consumer seems to be ignorant to the fact that Microsoft wants as much money from you as they can possibly get, just like Sony and Nintendo. Make no mistake. It benefits Microsoft because if people buy into that and believe that, and you start to paint the traditional way of doing things as bad or ineffective or, worst of all, completely anti-consumer, so then suddenly Sony and Nintendo look like the villains of the story. Go figure that. A near $4 trillion company making companies like Sony and Nintendo look like the villains. I mean, they're all villains, It's like that benefits Microsoft. It benefits Microsoft if Sony says, we don't care about our console fan base anymore. We don't care about the ecosystem anymore. We just want to chase as many people as we can, whether or not they're fans of gaming or not. This is why I've always tried to tell people, like, there's always been this kind of dream of like, how do we get games like God of War 2018 or The Last of Us or Gears of War or Halo? How do we get these games? How do we make it more accessible to just the average consumer? And it's like, you're not. They don't want to play those games, man. They have no interest in those games. You're too late. You didn't make Fortnite. You didn't make all the mobile games. You didn't make all this other shit that's literally designed for those people and leaves them content. You have the high spender, you have the enthusiast, you have the, I don't want to say the full blown casual, but the semi casual is what I'll call them. I call them a semi casual, where they're not casual enough to just pull out their phone and game on their phone and play some mobile whatever, but they're not going out of their way to buy a console for exclusives. They're going to buy a console for the convenience of it in their living room, so they can buy Call of Duty, so they can buy GTA, and so they can buy Madden or FIFA and play Fortnite on it. That's the semi-casual. Sony has that on lock. Sony also has the enthusiast on lock. And so this outer layer, this wider, more broader spectrum of consumer that both Sony and Microsoft want, I say to Sony, let Microsoft get them if they want. Because I don't care, dude. Like, I don't give a flying fuck if little Timmy, knows who Kratos is. Like, that's not like I'm like, I don't want Sony to make a fucking, you know, dumbed down like it's fine if you want to use something like Astrobot as a way to introduce these characters. That's fine. That's smart. That's logical. But it's like, you got to be thoughtful and strategic about it and understand that there's a reason why these customers are not coming to you. And this is why it's been difficult to watch Sony bend over backwards with the live service stuff, because you could see the level of desperation on their end, where it's like, we need to appeal to that type of consumer and customer. And it's like, you're too late. It's easy for everybody to think we got to be the next Fortnite after Fortnite already exists. That's why I've always said Sony's got to look at Helldivers and take. There's very, 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 very valuable lessons to learn from both Concord and Helldivers. And when it comes to Microsoft, man, like, that's why I'm saying, let them put Halo on PlayStation. Let them try to leverage the PlayStation and Switch install base to help them achieve the success that they never could with their own closed ecosystem. Fine. There's no guarantee that's going to happen. There is one guarantee: Call of Duty will always top the charts. So Microsoft already bought their safety net. They already bought the most casual thing you can in this space. The rest, I don't know, man. It's starting to seem like it's just fodder for them. Piper, you're saying the only thing Sony can do for growth is put their games on PC, and guess what? Microsoft will be there waiting on those games for the new Xbox. Checkmate. Well, Piper, this is why I highlighted the fact that Sony, in their most recent investor report, their annual financial report, last year, their number one priority was multi-platform growth. This year, it wasn't even listed. And it only made them, when they listed it in the pie chart, because they had to show the breakdown, it accounted for about 2%. Look, I'm not saying that means they're done with PC. I'm not saying that means they're not going to still try to, you're still going to see Marathon on Xbox and PC. You're still going to see Horizon Online, Horizon hell, you might even see Horizon multiplayer make its way to Xbox. When it comes to these live service games that they're still committed to releasing, you're going to still see them. You're going to still see them. And Sony's not like, Sony isn't as, I'm not convinced that Sony is signaling they are done with any multi-format endeavor. I don't believe they are. I don't think that's what they're signaling. I don't think that's what they're saying. I do think they're pumping the brakes, though. And I think the reason they're pumping the brakes is not even because of that, Piper. I'll be honest with you, man. I don't think, dude, if Sony goes day and date with PC, it will only come after this Xbox device releases. And the only reason Sony would do it is because they've determined that, okay, we're not worried about people leaving for Steam, and we're not worried about people leaving for this $1,200 Xbox device. But Sony would only do that if they were completely confident. Because again, Piper, you have to ask yourself this question. If Sony does that, because you're right, they do want more growth. If Sony goes day and date with PC, does that begin to erode their closed console ecosystem? Do they start to lose people? Do people start leaving PlayStation? Do people start undermining PlayStation hardware and saying, I don't really need to be here anymore? And I think the answer to that is, to a degree, yes. Not completely, but enough to make Sony go, this is going to be bad for our earnings, bro. How can Sony survive without growth? Well, that's where, again, man, I think the live service angle for Sony, everything hinges on that. At least 95% of it hinges on that, because Sony has a good thing going, but it's true. They want more growth. They're not going to stop, just like Microsoft isn't. And I think that, yeah, Sony, I'm going to be honest, I don't think Sony wants to just drop all their games on PC. I don't think they want to. I think they'll do it strategically to get some extra money and some bonus sales, but I don't think that they want to go in there and be like, fuck it, here you go. Here's all our games day one. Because you also have to think about the logistics of that from the development standpoint. Hey, all these teams that aren't used to developing for PC, you have to develop for PC and have it ready to go day one now. You're just dropping that workload on them, and things are going to likely go haywire. Nixus is big and they're versatile, but they can't be everywhere all at once. So if Nixus can do what they can, maybe invest in more support studios, perhaps you could do that, but it's more investment. And if you're going to make that investment, you have to stack that up against, okay, should we buy more? Would it be intelligent to buy more support studios for day one PC launches if we're not guaranteed we're going to be able to justify that with the return? Because I'll tell you what, man, Spider-Man going to PC 1 year later, that's a short time frame. That was like the shortest time frame we ever saw. 12 months, boom, it's on PC. And it did not do well. As far as I understand, like it sold very soft for a Spider-Man game. And I think the novelty is gone, dude. I think the novelty is gone. And so I've always said this, I don't envy the position that Sony's in. When Matt Booty says in his quote, let me bring it up here. When he says, we are all seeking to meet people where they are. We're competing more with, everything from TikTok to movies, but specifically when he says we're all seeking to meet people where they are. Let me translate that. We're all seeking growth. That's what he's saying. We're all seeking more growth. And he is pointing out what I am, which is that, yes, Sony wants to grow too. So does Nintendo. Nintendo's, much more stubborn in that sense though. But yes, Sony wants to grow. They all do. They all want to grow. The thing is, no one actually knows. And this is the big secret that nobody's going to tell you. Nobody at Sony, nobody at Microsoft, nobody's going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you it. That's right. I know the big secret. Do you know what the secret is? The secret is that nobody knows where future growth lies. And everybody is currently in the process of placing their bets. No one actually knows, man. A lot of people are betting on AI. I try not to bring that up too much in terms of strategy, because I think AI is already implemented. I think AI is already here. But when it comes to true, like, okay, if we hit the ceiling where there's like 3 types of gamer. There's the hardcore gamer, there's the semi-casual gamer, and then there's the full casual gamer. All 3 of those gamers are broken up and already where they are going to be. And that is a fucking problem for Sony, Microsoft and to a degree Nintendo. Because you know what? Doesn't matter how much money Microsoft throws at a problem, Roblox is still going to eat your lunch. Doesn't matter how many awards Sony wins and how many consoles they sell, Roblox is still going to eat your fucking lunch, dude. So it is true. Like they are competing for everybody's time and money. And I just think the reality, truly, for Sony, I can't speak for Microsoft, but for Sony, I mean, look, when it comes to Microsoft, maybe they'll find big success on PlayStation. I don't know. But for Sony, I'm telling you, their only hope to not stagnate or start to regress, which I want to make something abundantly clear. I would not be opposed to seeing Sony go down a little bit. All right. See, people think I'm like some rabid fanboy where I just want them to continue to be the best all the time. No, no. It's not about winning. Like, I wouldn't mind Sony console sales starting to slow down. Not as many people buying as many games, Sony. Maybe Ghost of Yotei sales are a bit soft. I wouldn't mind seeing some of this because I would like to see Sony realize that, like, you have to now fight to keep what you have. But there's always a risk involved where rather than fight for, to get back what they had and win people back, they could end up just doing the dumbest thing, which is, well, this is clearly dying, so let's just focus on something else. If they had idiots running the show, they would maybe make that decision. When in reality, it's like, I think Sony has a good opportunity right now, truthfully, with what's happening with Xbox. There's a lot of players. There's like 25 million, maybe even 30 million players potentially. There's an install base that Xbox built up, a loyal install base that Xbox built up for the last 20 years. Microsoft is doing everything that to make it harder for those players to stick around. This is where I think Sony could benefit from. Listen, it's not perpetual growth, but there's millions of people that are potentially this close. They're on the verge. Win them over. Now's your time. Convince them to make the leap, to make the switch. Microsoft's fucking helping you do that by letting you release a Halo trailer. I'm telling you, I think Sony and Microsoft might be a little bit in cahoots, man, with this. So, you see Sony trying to expand through growth with movies, TV shows, merch, I guess now to a degree, more dual senses. They're trying to market Astrobot to new audiences, which is smart. But I think Sony's going to need live service. All right. And this will be like the final point I need to make here. The only way they're going to be able to avoid, I guess you could say, like, that stagnation, or if things start to, less people are buying consoles naturally, less people are buying our exclusives naturally, because, different generations, people are getting older. Again, the original PlayStation generation is now over 30 years old. So I think they are going to need more than Helldivers 2. I think they're going to need at least a few live service games that they can always kind of fall back on. But that's so challenging, man. That's so because you got lucky as hell with Helldivers. Keep growing that. Keep doing what you can with that. But will you ever get anything else beyond that? I don't know. And Piper, you're saying, as a gamer, Microsoft is doing nothing to make me not want to buy the next Xbox. And that's fine. Like, dude, Piper, here's the thing, man. Like, I won't be able to call the next device or Xbox console DOA because it's not it's I know it sounds shitty to say from the start. It's dude, that device is probably going to sell less than 5 million, maybe 10 at the most. I think 10's pushing it. If this thing is actually $1,000, which the bill of materials is apparently going to be at least $1,000, and that's not like if you buy that and you're like, this is the best experience and it's totally worth it, that's totally fine, man. Like, I'm not going to be the person that's like, you're wrong. It's trash box, whatever. Like, I'm not going to be that person because it's like, well, if you're paying $1,000, I mean, if I paid a fucking $1,000 for a PS5, I'm gonna be hoping I'm really enjoying it, right? That it felt worth it. Um, but that's the thing, dude, is like the PS6 is going to probably be $600 and I don't know if it'll break records, but it's going to it's going to pace with the PS4 and the PS5. And a lot of people in the gaming industry are going to see a lot of gamers, a lot of enthusiast gamers are going to see that price disparity and be like, yeah, I'm going to pass on that. Like even if that box played PlayStation games, keep in mind, Piper, like I really believe, and here's what I'll say. This next Xbox device from Microsoft that's coming in 2027, I think anybody who's on the fence of making Steam their main storefront, this box is going to push them over the edge to do so. And I don't think that's a large group of people. I don't. I don't think there's tens of millions of people weighing the decision. Steam, PlayStation Store, Steam. I think most people have already decided. Did you see the leaked, canceled Blue Point game? No. Did something leak? I'm not seeing anything. Okay, hold on. Oh, I think this is like breaking news. This is like this was posted 3 minutes ago. Report: first look at canceled God of War multiplayer game unveiled. Sony is clearly far from finished with the God of War franchise. The screenshots from the project were shared with us, offer a good glance at an early stage of development showing some assets and environments that were being worked on for the title. The first noticeable detail that we can get by looking at this gallery is that the game was clearly planned to return to a Greek setting. This is evidenced by the presence of Greek temples, classic artifacts such as pottery, and other details we will discuss later. I don't know if I could show these images. That's a lot of holy shit. It's like an entire dump of artwork. Yeah, that looks like God of War 1. Oh, dude, they got to be remaking God of War 1. Right? I'll post the link. I'm going to post this in the chat. This is MP First has been doing good work, dude. Check this out. It's in the chat, posting the link. I'm not going to risk bringing the images up on screen cuz they're I don't think they're supposed to be public. King Sam, a member for 30 months. You're saying, "Hey MBG, how's it going? Hope the family's doing well." We're doing well. I appreciate you asking, man. I hope you and yours are doing good too. Sorry, King Sam. You're saying, are you playing Ninja Gaiden 4 Game of the Year contender for me? I'm glad Microsoft did something good for once. I'm not playing it. I don't know if I'm going to. I've never played Ninja Gaiden before. And I don't have like the urge to jump into this one. You know? I don't have the urge to jump into it. I've heard really good things about it though, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. And yeah, good on Microsoft. See, they do some good stuff. They're not all bad. Gaming Survivor. Gaming Survivor's over here just ripping and tearing, man, going crazy. Um, and Chris Brown, a member for 27 months. Oh, and I forgot to read Paul's chat too. Paul, hang tight, buddy. Sorry about that. Chris says PS5 Pro with disk drive / stand will come out to almost $900. Why are some acting like a $1,000 Xbox PC is ridiculous? We praise the Pro, but it's actually expensive. That's not true, Chris. The PS6, we know more about the PlayStation 6 than we ever have before, and the documentation that is at AMD that has leaked, Sony is trying to make a relatively affordable console. They're planning to release a console that can hit the mass market. It's not going to be $700, $800, $900. It could be $700 maybe with the disc drive, but I think $600 is the max. And yeah, the who was the leaker? Kepler L2. He was comparing the bill of materials that is going to be used for the PS6 versus what's going to be used for the Xbox Magnus, and he predicted the price difference. No joke. Kepler L2 is not just some random dude. Like, he said he's predicting the price difference will be $600 versus $1,200, which is fucking wild. But well, Chris, because you have to understand the PS5 Pro, it's how do I explain this? The idea is I'm not the right person to explain this. Moore's Law is dead is the right person to explain this. My general understanding of this is that it's going to be cheaper for Sony to produce a PS6 with RDNA 5 technology because of the, I think, reduction in overall size. The build materials themselves are going to be more efficient. They're going to be, the power draw should be more, everything about it should be more efficient. Plus the RDNA 5 technology that they're going to be implementing. That's what Mark Cerny was talking about. My understanding is that these two things combined are going to make it so Sony may have to sell at a slight loss. They may have no choice. But yeah, the PS5 Pro, I think it's so expensive because if I understand correctly, like, it's still just as like, it's the technology that's in it is still relatively expensive. Like, it hasn't shrunk very much. I don't know. I'm doing a horrible job in explaining this. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a little bit. I'm gonna have to do some more research myself to understand why it is. Like, I trust these insiders because these are not just no name, and these are people who have documentation, like, from AMD and Sony, and everything. They're all saying the same thing. They're all saying that the PS6 is being positioned as a mass market device, and it's going to try to come in at a competitive price point. And so, yes, it is a, a natural thing to kind of like, well, if that's the, like, if the PS5 Pro is this expensive right now, if it's $750, like, how is that going to be possible? But apparently it is. Apparently it is. No, I would say $890 is expensive for a current gen console. Yeah, the PS5 Pro is not cheap. But another thing I want to point out too is, like, the PS5 Pro. I mean, I don't want to say it never should have happened, but I do feel like things would be fine without it. But I do feel like maybe the PS5 Pro is a necessary stepping stone to help maximize what the PS6 can be capable of. With things like PSSR that could ultimately go a long way Like, the big thing that I think people are going to find out is when the specs, and it already did kind of happen, that the specifications of the PlayStation 6 leak, people are going to look at it and be like, that doesn't seem that powerful. That doesn't seem like a next gen leap. And that's going to be the thing, is the heavy lifting this time around for the next gen is going to come from things like PSSR, uh, data compression, radiance cores, all this tech that AMD is working on with Mark Cerny. That's where the heavy lifting is going to come from. And so, again, the name of the game for next gen for Sony, I don't know if I can say it for Microsoft, but for Sony, the name of the game is efficiency. How do we make games look and feel next gen at an affordable price point? Shit's got to get 100 times more efficient. The development pipeline between the PS5 and the PS6, should be vastly different because of these upcoming technologies. That's my general broad understanding. And Paul, your super chat, you said Sony will realize Nintendo is serious when they announced GTA 6 for the Switch 2 next year. Nintendo bought a studio for porting. GTA 6 is one of them. I don't think that's confirmed though, right, Paul? I would agree with that. Sony might ship bricks if GTA 6 is announced for Switch 2. I can see Sony shitting bricks. But if GTA 6 does come to Switch 2, it's going to come later. So I think Sony will try to really take advantage. I know it's coming to Xbox as well, but at this point, I don't know, man. I'm not sure that it's going to do much for Xbox. MBG, I am shocked to see that a 1K next-gen Xbox PC is too expensive, but a current-gen $890 console is okay. Well, see, Chris, the thing is about, and I've always tried to highlight this about the Pro, you can look at a Pro and say, nah. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can look at a Pro and be like, so I want to play Spider-Man 2. Maybe that's a bet. I want to play Ghost of Yotei. How much is that going to cost me? And you see, maybe the first thing you see is the Pro, and you're like, $800 with the disc drive. You're like, what? No. That's the Pro. We have a base PS5. You could get, assuming, like, let's just say you're shopping for the holiday. I think they'll have like a $450 version or something. Gaming Survivor straight up deleted your message. Why? Oh, that's true. That's true. Gaming Survivor's like, no. It's going to Series S. Why not Switch 2? I mean, that's a good point, though. That's a good point. I don't know. I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you exactly what it is. I know what it is. You know what it is, Chris? It's because Rockstar and Take-Two are going to wait for the install base of the Switch 2 to grow dramatically. They're going to wait until there's like 80 million Switch 2s out there, and then they'll be like, drop it. I mean, that's what they're doing with the current consoles, right? The PS5 anyway. But Kareem Ali, you're saying, hi MBG, off topic, but do you remember when Sony was getting flack for not putting games day one on PS Plus? Look at how the tides turned. It's crazy. I know, man. I do remember that. Trust me, Kareem. When it comes to all this shit, oh, I remember. Oh, do I remember? Yeah, I remember people were fucking shitting on Sony, man. They were like, Sony is the devil. Sony is the devil, bro. Then why not drop GTA 6 to PC that has a larger fan base already? I mean, to be honest, I don't know. My understanding is I think Rockstar and Take-Two want to squeeze everybody as many times as they can. Ooh, that sounds weird. But yeah, I think that's what it is. Double dip, triple dip, quadruple dip. That Zelnick knows what he's doing. I think it has more to do with that than anything. God, I'm so curious to see what happens when GTA launches, man. I'm so curious. Irfan, you're saying MBG with those images, we could say Blue Point has the structure ready for a remake. It could be a setup for the next game. Otherwise, I see no reason going back to Greece. Kratos wrecked everyone there. Well, yeah, so we'll talk. I think we'll save this discussion for tomorrow, like a deeper discussion. What is this, though? Hold on. They have a slider. Wait, hold on. What is this? It says normal state, cursed state. This is I mean, dude, shout out to MP First, bro. Can we give MP First some fucking credit, man? These guys are like the only ones out here doing like some good ass journalism for PlayStation games and studios. Yes, MRPD, I'm going to give it to you now. Here, I'm posting it in the chat. Big leak for Blue Point's canceled project that might give us an idea of what they're doing next. The new Insider Gaming. I'm sure Insider Gaming might come back too with some hardware leaks, potentially. And Samson, you're saying, according to Google, Ghost of Antifa Twitch viewers, really Ghost of Antifa, went from, what is that, 111,000 to 13,000 viewership within a week. That makes me happy. Samson's still very unhappy with. Yeah, so I did beat Ghost of Yote, by the way. I want to refrain from talking much about it until I want to. I don't know if I'm going to wait to platinum it. I might just wait to platinum it. I'm working on it now. I think I have about 50% of the trophies, 50, 60%. So I have more stuff to do for sure. I want to do a full-blown review discussion / spoiler cast, but there's one thing I can say for sure, I believe, and that is I liked Ghost of Tsushima's story better. That's all I will say for now. I will elaborate. Rate it. I don't want to give it a rating out of 10. I did enjoy it, obviously. I don't think it was bad at all. But I will explain this. It's hard not to want to like just talk about it now, but I want to save it. I really don't want to spoil anything. Guys, don't post any spoilers in the chat, please. The only other thing I'll say is the ending of Ghost of Yote was not like it's the ending of Ghost of Yote as to why I ended up liking Tsushima better. And I will elaborate further when we do our full-blown review discussion. Yes, I did, Irfan. I did. All right. But Samson, thank you for the super chat. Carlos says, don't ban me, but anyone else here bought an Xbox Series S or X to play GTA 6? Banned! No, I'm just kidding. MBG, have we talked about the fact that Xbox also raised the price of their dev kits? Yeah, I don't know. I saw some conflicting reports about that. No. It's Gaming Survivor. It's fine. Gaming Survivor's like, who said that? Who the fuck said that? I'm trying to figure out what this is. It says, dude, this is a super interesting report. There's a lot of detail, or at least more than I would have expected about this Blue Point game. I'm going to hold off talking about it. I think this will make for a good discussion tomorrow. Um, so I'll save that. Cause yeah, I don't want to talk about Xbox anymore after today, man. That's true masochist mode. Yeah. Tsushima was a very good experience. Yote, I mean, don't get me wrong, Yote is very good too. Yote is very good too, but man, I can't wait for you to rewatch the stream next year. I can't believe how deranged I was in that yeah, I can't believe that. I was extremely deranged. All right, where are we at? So guys, I think we'll stream for another like 5-10 minutes here. Maybe we'll go to the 4 hour mark. I'm just gonna chill with the chat here and talk to you guys a bit. But you know, keep in mind we'll do like a last call. Incredible support today. Thank you guys so much, really, for all the support you've been showing the channel. We had Oliver come in and drop literally 100 member gifts on you guys. So that was incredible. But, you know, as we're wrapping this up, if you want to drop any more support, any more super chats, direct donations, member gifts, all that stuff. Again, if you did get a member gift or if you want to become a member, you can go check out The Last Morning with the Misses. It was a pretty fun one. What else was I going to say? Oh, yeah, I do have to let you guys know I'm not going to be here on Tuesday. Shadowlink. Oh, yeah. Shadowlink, where's your membership, bro? You're hyped for the member count. We got to get Shadowlink a member gift. I'm not going to be here on Tuesday. Mrs. MBG has a procedure, nothing too major, similar to the last one she had. So I'm going to be taking her to get that done on Tuesday. Let me see. I should be here. I should be here tomorrow. Tuesday, I think, is the only day I won't be able to produce any content. And also, like the Metal Gear multiplayer is dropping on. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Irfan. The Metal Gear multiplayer is dropping on Thursday. I might be doing some member gameplay streams, like community streams with that, because apparently you can host. My understanding, you can host like 16-player lobbies or something like that, or 12-player lobbies, private ones that you can invite people to. I just don't know. We might run into. I don't know if we'll run into a problem with that though, because I don't know if you can invite people like, like if there's like an in-game. I think you could. Words. I can't word. Chris, thank you. That's what I'm trying to say, Chris. All right. Thank you. I'm like having a stroke here. Chris drops another member gift and he says, you know what? Last ditch effort here. We'll see if we can climb further with this member goal. Chris, thank you for that, buddy. Who did that go to? Shadowlink, did you get it? No. Chris tried. He tried for you, Shadowlink. He tried, bro. Let me add that to the goal. If I could find it. Yeah, so what I was trying to say, but I couldn't get the words out correctly. My understanding is I can create private rooms in. Well, hold on. Shadowlink, you're saying you just had to opt in for a membership gift? You're telling me you weren't opted in this whole time? Wait, but you were a member before. Did you buy your own membership, but you never opted in for gifts, perhaps? Yo, that's crazy. Somebody drop some member gifts. I want to see if Shadowlink gets it now. Chris, was that your first member gift? Well, thank you for that, man. That's your first time gifting. Good stuff. All right, Chris, now drop 50 more. I'm kidding. I mean, you can if you want, but no pressure. No, I didn't see that, Carlos. I did play Yote in English. I guess so. And yeah, I was, but no, I was a member from being gifted. Wait, what? Huh? What? So Shadowlink, you received a member gift before, but you had to opt in to receive one again. Chris says he wants his money back. So what I was trying to say is that I will be able to create private rooms, a private room in Metal Gear Online or the Metal Gear multiplayer. And basically there will be a room code that as if you know the code, you can join it. And so I'll probably put that code out to members and we'll fucking play together, you know? Should I play Metal Gear just to play the online? I mean, I don't want to tell you what to do. I don't know. I don't know how popular this Metal Gear mode is going to be, but I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, Chris, that's dude. We got some really good people here that show a lot of support. Prince, you have Delta. Yeah, I've been waiting for this. It's a shame that it took so long to release. It's getting new performance modes also and performance enhancements. Awesome. Yeah, I had a feeling that's why they're going to do it all at one time. I'm looking forward to it. I hope it lives up. It's been a long time since I played any multiplayer Metal Gear. The last time I played multiplayer for Metal Gear was Metal Gear Online 3 with Metal Gear Solid 5 to Phantom Pain, and it was okay, but very short-lived. This one looks a lot better. I'm not going to lie. The thing I like about this Metal Gear multiplayer mode is they're keeping it true to the essence of what the gameplay is for Metal Gear, which is stealth action. And the idea is like you can play as stealthy as you want, you can be as action oriented as you want. And the goal is, I mean, it's like a mixture of multiple game modes. It's like a battle royale slash survival game slash sneaking game. I mean, they combined everything in one. Thank you, the one no reeler. I appreciate that, man. I'm glad some of you guys appreciate my takes. Yeah, they did put it on sale as well. I noticed that. Metal Gear Solid 3 or MGS Delta Deluxe Edition is currently on sale. Chris, you were debating on getting Metal Gear. I mean, it's good. If it's on sale, I would definitely recommend it. I platinumed it already, and I've just been waiting for this multiplayer mode. That's true, Irfan. Gaming Survivor says, MBG, can I drop you 2 songs and you can pick one? Sure. I have the first one up called I Held the Line. I held the line. When does the update come out? I was thinking about buying it today. Well, I know that the multiplayer mode is launching on October 30th, so I'm assuming there's going to be a big update then. But it's not as bad. I'm telling you, man, like it's not as bad as people make it sound. People really made it sound like Metal Gear Delta is like unplayable. It's far from it. Lady K, can you drop a song too? Oh, I don't know. You have to let me know what it is. These are AI made songs, by the way, so they don't get copyrighted. These are AI songs. Prince G asking the real questions. Oh, man. MacTube says he'll take a member gift. Well, guys, you have about 7 more minutes if you want to drop any more member gifts. Let me see what this one is. This one's called PlayStation Beat Xbox Into the Dirt. Jesus. I wonder what that one could be about. All right, so my question is, okay, so PlayStation Beat Xbox Into the Dirt is acoustic country. And the other one, I Held the Line, melancholy pop. Is this Southern too? I don't know. It's a lot of different descriptors. I'm gonna do the I held the line one first. Yeah, I'm not playing that song, Lady K. That sounds incredibly cringe. Broster? Is that a word? Irfan, what's this, bro? What is this?
Alright, I've been wanting to roast Xbox for the longest damn time. Alright? Alright, let's for real get into this. Xbox, gotta stop. We out here like PlayStation Squad. You got the 1S and the 1X, bruh. What is this mess? Xbox has no progress. Just shut it down. It's for the best. Sony Computer Entertainment. Microsoft needs an arrangement. You suck. Just face it. Making so many complaints. Bill Gates, you made a mistake. Your console's second rate. No cool features or traits. It's bland and it has no taste. Halo and Gears of War. No wonder I'm so bored. Playing your games is like doing chores. Xbox has Roblox. Is that for real? What you got? You can now stop. Damn, this fire was so hot. Hey.
Irfan, what on God's green earth? What on God? Gaming Star, I'm sorry, I'm going to play your song, but like, banger. Hold on, though. Hold on. I'm looking for something. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta see if I can bring this up. I have to. One day I'll get this sorted out and just ready to go. You guys ever hear Chad Warden? I came across this. I don't. Sometimes this Raddick guy, he shows up for me, and I came across this earlier, and shit, fucking, I was dying.
Sup, bitches? It's Chad Warden here. Alright, I'm talking about that PS Triple. The PS Triple. I ain't talking about that Wii. That Wii shit. Shit, people will be talking about how it's all new and shit. But you know what I'm trying to say? I'm trying to say is that, come on now, Wii? Come on, that little controller, baby, that looks like a dildo. I ain't trying to play my games with no dildo.
Bro, what a fucking legend. Chad Warden. That's so funny, dude. The original console wars were the best. Where do you think Chad Warden is today? That's awesome. Oh, man. All right, I got to play a Gaming Survivor song. It's all new and shit. Chad Warden must be. He's an accountant. For real? He's still got to be a PlayStation fan, though, right? Like, he's still definitely a PlayStation fan. Prince, like, do you know this man? Prince knows. All right, let's play these songs from Gaming Survivor. This one's called I Held the Line.
They sold the star, they sold the fight. The echoes died in the dead of night. A battlefield traded for flashing lights, and the sky don't feel the same. The green turned gray, the fire went cold. This ain't the story I was told. When Halo fades away, the heroes don't stay. Xbox lost its soul in a sad, sad trade. When Halo fades away, nothing gold can stay. I held the ring, I held the line, fought my wars in pixel time. But they took the heart, left the grind, and I'm stranded here alone. The console wars ain't worth the tears. What we built in love just disappears. When Halo fades away, the heroes don't stay. Xbox lost its soul in a sad, sad trade. When Halo fades away, nothing gold can stay.
Bro, I'm gonna have to add that to my playlist. That was like so good. Like, I'm feeling bad now. I'm straight up feeling bad. Man, I have like all these memories flooding back to like my days with Xbox. Dude, that was really good. That's crazy. That guitar solo at the end. Well, Gaming Survivor's cooking, bro. He's got one more for you. This one's a little bit, I don't know what to expect from it. The title is PlayStation Beat Xbox into the Dirt, so I don't know if we're going to be doing a complete shift here, but we'll play this one. This one's funnier. All right.
Dust on the console and the screen don't glow. Dreams of high scores buried long ago. Controllers cracked, the games don't load. I tried to save the fire, but it slipped into the night. PlayStation beat Xbox into the dirt. Left a lying in the rain where it hurts. Buttons don't press no more. Game over's what it's for. The joysticks broke, the light turned red. Memories fade of the things you said. Console wars left my heart misled. PlayStation beat Xbox into the dirt. Left a lying in the rain where it hurts. Buttons don't press no more. Game over's what it's for. Joysticks broke, the light turned red. Memories fade of the things you said. Console wars left my heart misled. PlayStation beat Xbox into the dirt. Left a lying in the rain where it hurts. Buttons don't press no more. Game over's what it's for. But joysticks broke, the light turned red. Memories fade of the things you said. Console wars left my heart misled. Buttons don't press no more. Game over's what it's for. We held the lines but lost the game. Shadows whisper the same old name. Sony's flag flies on the hill, and I'm left standing still. Held the lines but lost the game. Shadows whisper the same old name. Sony's flag flies on the hill, and I'm left standing still.
Damn. Yeah, they were both good. That first one I think was I think I like that one more. That was good though too. Didn't know you were a country fan. Perfect Image. Yeah, I'll have to check my email. You're saying you made a song? Although Perfect Image, for some reason, I'm on my email now. I don't see you here though. Perfect Image, I don't know if you have Twitter. You could try posting it somewhere on my Twitter. Because I'm on my email now. I don't see you here. Oh, wow. I went way over the 4-hour mark. I'm 8 minutes over the mark. Yeah, maybe I'll wrap it up now. Well, Perfect Image, I mean, you could try sending it to my email. Yeah, I don't know if... Next stream, I'll double check, see if it shows up. Guys, I think this is going to be a good place to wrap it up, man. It's for the family at the end of the day. Yeah, let me close some of these tabs. All right. Guys, that's going to do it for today's stream. My brain is fried. We will see. we will see. Going forward, I don't know how much we'll continue to cover Xbox when need be, but for the past like 3 weeks, it's just been they've been making the headlines for all the wrong reasons, seemingly. Halo's on PlayStation. I mean, there's one last thing I'll say before I wrap it up, and I meant to say this earlier, but is it just me, or I feel like this isn't nearly as big of a deal as it was supposed to be, or like, I'm not trying to shit on Halo or anything, but I don't know, man. Like, I don't know that maybe this would have been a bigger deal earlier on. I'm not sure. Like, if I look at like the Halo reveal trailer on the PlayStation YouTube channel, it has 687,000 views. Like, it doesn't even have 700,000 views. It doesn't even have 1 million. I guess I'm just saying, like, I don't know. When we talked previously about Halo being announced for PlayStation, it felt like it was this kind of like, whoa, holy shit. Yeah, I kind of get that sense too, Irfan. Like, it feels like this is just like, oh yeah, okay. Saw that coming from 2 miles away. Not sure what. I don't know. Oh shit! Hold on, Rich Rod out of nowhere. I deserve my respect. Play my last song now. Rich, what's your I don't know. I gotta look it over first, Rich. I hope you learned. I tried to play your last song, but it was way too inappropriate. So give me your Twitter handle one more time, and I'll look it over real quick. He almost got me with the last one. Would have been bad. Amen, Rich. All right, let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. This one's called Take This Xbox. God damn it, Rich. What don't you understand, boy? Dude, I cannot play this. I told you I can't play this. There's a lyric in here that I can't play it. It doesn't matter if the fan base wants it. You're going to resurrect my channel when it's deleted? Hold on, let me check something.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you get.
You say you got games, but where they at? All your hype's a lie, just a faded stat. Meanwhile, we got classics, nothing flat. Your fan base is small, yeah, micro check. You call it a box, I call it a joke. Weak like your servers, always going broke. PlayStation's the club, y'all just the smoke. We got women in power, you got no stroke. Everything's an Xbox, even your pride. Man, booty's the game you try to hide. Can't touch the station, too high to ride. You're playing alone, controllers untied. I take it in a bud. Take it in a bud. Man, booty's my console, that's my strut. Xbox is dead, go ahead, give it up, give it up. Give it up.
Fucking happy, Rich? Oh my lord. It's so intense. It's so intense. Like, man booty's my console. I can only assume, Rich, that you're talking about Matt Booty. That's crazy. Joshua wants it again. What's it called? Here, I'll post the link in the chat so you guys can listen to it on your own. Oh my god. Rich says no. Xbots now have to play man booty. What does that even mean, man? What does it even mean? That was a good one though. Rich, you got to make more though. Be careful though, dude. I'm serious. You got to be careful. Like, I can't keep playing these songs if they're saying crazy out of pocket shit. It's funny, but I got to be careful. So please try to keep that in mind when you are making these songs. But it sounded good. It sounded good. Yeah, Suck It From the Back. What a classic. All right, guys, that's going to wrap up today's stream. That is it. We are out. We are spent. Tomorrow we will be back talking PlayStation. Rich is screaming, no! Rich, why'd you get here so late, man? I've been streaming for over 4 hours. No members launch today. But I will say you can watch the Morning with the Misses we did on Friday. All right. You want to see me acting crazy? You go watch that. You are a member. Perfect Image. I'll check my email one more time, man. Yeah, dude, I think you might be sending it to the wrong email because I'm not getting anything, Perfect Image. You were watching the Giants get smacked. That's crazy, man. He smells when someone plays music here and shows up out of nowhere. Yeah, he senses it. Josh Z with a $5 super chat at the end here. He says, can a future members lounge be SkillUp's Expedition 33 video? It's really good. Yeah, I didn't even know let me see how long that video is. We won't do it today, but oh my lord. Are you talking about the one that's an hour and 43 minutes? Holy shit, Josh. I don't know if I could do that. If it was like 20 or 30 minutes, that's wild. Although maybe I could watch it on my own and give my thoughts on it. Yeah, that's a movie, bro. Oh, by the way, I wanted to ask you guys. Speaking of movies and reacting, how do you do like watch parties on YouTube? Like, because I was thinking about this. I was like, it would be cool. I don't know if I'm going to do it because I don't know the logistics of it or how you do it properly. I don't know if you need a Discord to do it properly, but I don't have a Discord and I don't really want to make one. But I was like thinking, surely that's a thing, like where people, like if I were to do like a stream and we watch a movie together, but there's no, like obviously it's not on screen. We started at the same time. Like we all have it ready to go and we all started at the same time. You have to do it. What do you do on Discord though to make that happen? Like, I don't know what. I've never done anything like that before, so I have absolutely no idea. Well, there's no like official rules or guidelines on it on YouTube, I don't think. I've been watching the Halloween movies. Um, so far, I've watched all 12 Halloween movies in the order of release. And then tonight, we have the last Halloween movie, Halloween Ends. And I think that's the last one they made, too. Have a channel for it in Discord and just have the link to watch it all together at the same time. What would I be linking, though, exactly? Halloween traumatized you as a kid? Rich, you want me to play the new banger? So you would link the movie. Well, that's what I'm confused about. Like, would it have to be like a third-party service or something? I don't know. I was just thinking about it. It would be like an interesting thing to do, maybe. But I don't know if I'm competent enough to figure out how to do it. Rich, I'm looking now. Maybe you could play one more before we go. Let's see. Take it in the you know what.
Your console's a fossil, yeah, it's dead in the ground. Press start on your dreams, but they don't make a sound. Controller in your hand, yeah, your soul got no game. You're chasing after pixels, but the story's the same. Every box you touch turns to dust in your palm. Your love for booty's louder than a victory song. Man, booty's your treasure, it's the only thing you play. While your console gathers cobwebs every single day. I'm an Xbox, I take it in and you know what. I'm an Xbox, I take it in and you know what. I'm an Xbox, I take it in and you know what. Your love's an Xbox, I ain't playing that right. Your love's an Xbox, I ain't playing that right. Your achievements are hollow like your plastic-made dreams. Dashboard's lit up, but it's tearing at the seams. You're on live talking trash, but you're mute in the streets. All your wins are illusions that nobody repeats. Man, booty's your pastime, your console's your shame. Every joystick you hold tells the world who's to blame. You ain't in the big leagues, you're stuck on the bench. While we build empires, you're digging a trench. I'm an Xbox, I take it in and you know what. I'm an Xbox, I take it in and you know what. I'm an Xbox, I take it in and you know what. Your love's an Xbox, I ain't playing that right. Your love's an Xbox, I ain't playing that right.
Thank you, Rich Rod, for another just amazing banger. All right, that's it. I'm done. We're done. That's all I got. Rich, you owe me. By the way, the Rich Rod tax, you're lucky you're covered today. You're lucky Oliver showed up today, bro. He showed up. He dropped 100 gifts for you. So you're covered today, Rich. Next stream, though. Rich Rod tax in full effect. You don't have to worry about Gaming Survivor. Gaming Survivor, he keeps it tame. You know, he keeps it sad sometimes. Whole range of emotion. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about that tomorrow, Orphan. Make me a mod. All right, guys. That's it. Thank you for tuning in. Before I head out, I want to give a big thank you to everybody who showed support today. Big shout out to Oliver Opfer. He shows up, you know, I think he's always watching the channel, but sometimes he drops in and drops huge support. So Oliver, thank you for that. And anybody else who gifted. Also want to thank anybody who dropped any super chats or direct donations. We are completely fan funded here. I keep the channel sponsorship free. You know, it's getting harder to do that, obviously, but you guys keep showing up and pulling through, and so you know, we'll keep the channel sponsor free as long as we possibly can. I would prefer it that way. I really I do prefer not to have sponsors. Um so thank you guys for that. Make sure you hit that like button. I also want to make sure to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps. If you guys see Devil Shooter in the comments, show him some thanks, give him some love. I know he appreciates it. We appreciate what you do for the channel, Devil. WD-40 sponsorship. I mean, yeah, dude. You know, maybe that might be in my future. Um, but yeah, we should be back tomorrow. I did put a video out, by the way. It is an Xbox video. So, you know, if you're not interested in hearing anything about Xbox, you don't have to watch it. But I wanted to kind of recap everything that's been going on in the last week and also talk a little bit more about Halo on a PlayStation. You could go check that video out if you haven't seen it. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So, guys, again, thank you so much. I'm going to go figure out what I'm doing for dinner, get a workout in. And yeah, there we go. See, Shadow Link, now you're thinking. Now you're thinking. All right. That's it, guys. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I will see you in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone. Jesus, boss.